Može? Good morning to everybody that has connected to this fantastic event that we will perform today. It's called Blue Digitalize, and it involves Split University and Enterprise Europe Network that helped to realize this event. I wish you all the best in this really beautiful sunshine morning in Split, where I arrived yesterday, and I would like to open this first session with opening speech, first from Honorable Rector of Split University, Dragan Ljutic. So please, would you mind putting him on a screen?
Very warm welcome to all lecturers and participants of Symposium Bloom Economy from University of Split. The main title of this symposium is Digitalization, what today is a very important issue, not only in the part of blue economy, but also in other parts of our lives. University of Split is one of the best universities in Croatia and one of the best universities in Middle Europe. We are very well positioned on many ranking lists, and we are also among 1,000 best universities in the world, which actually published Times ranking list. What does it mean for us today, blue economy? We are also maritime university. We strongly support maritime activities and economy, and we are actually working for people by the sea, near the sea, and at the sea. And the same is true for resources. We are strongly support economy dealing with the resources from the sea, by the sea, and near the sea. Digitalization in that part of economy is very important and means development of local communities and whole countries. As a university, as I told, we are very strongly maritime orientated. We are a part of Maritime University Net and granted from European Commission. With us is working also few universities, as I told you, maritime universities from Gdańsk, Poland, from Brest, France, from Cadiz, Spain, and a University of Malta. Also, we all participate to promote maritime orientations, not only of our universities, but also of our countries. One of the most important parts of our faculties and studies are also dealing with the sea. We are also calling CU universities, and the same is true for our universities. For our university, we've got many actually studies, as I told you, dealing with the sea. So the most important thing for our university to improve our society, to think not only of tourism when we mention blue economy, but also of other potential resources we can have from the sea, by the sea, and near the sea, like let's say agriculture, like fishing industry, etc. Thank you very much for coming through this way in these terrible days when COVID is all over the world, to participate at this symposium in Split. Thank you very much indeed.
Many thanks to Rector, and we received this morning the message from Madam Nikolina Brnjec, the Minister of Tourism and Sport. So I'm keen to hear what what her message is regarding today's event.
Dear Rector, this is one of the main goals to be achieved through our new strategy for sustainable tourism until 2030, in which we'll pay particular attention to the benefits of digitalization. The Ministry of Tourism and Sports has already initiated and implemented some creative and innovative solutions in the field of digitalization. We have launched the e-tourism project, which should result in an integrated information system of e-services in tourism and encourage further development of tourism and hospitality services, but also improve communication between all relevant stakeholders. Furthermore, Enter Croatia website was launched at the end of May last year in cooperation with the Ministry of the Interior. Foreign and Croatian citizens were able to announce their arrival via the website, and in this way, waiting times at our border crossings have been significantly reduced. When we talk about digital solutions for specific tourist products, I'm glad that we are also making progress in nautical tourism. Marinas have been using online booking applications for several years, and last year a multilingual portal Nautica a Visitor has been launched, which enables boat owners to pay tourist tax online. Finally, I would like to point out that the Croatian tourism sector has already shown exceptional creativity . Thank you.
Thank you all for giving an introductory speech. Thank to Rector Honorable Rector and Madam Minister. Before we continue, I would certainly like to emphasize that today we also have a parallel session, business-to-business meetings. So I call you all to register and participate in this exciting opportunity to exchange ideas and to exchange interests in between all interested parties and entities. As a matter of the fact, this event is focused on blue economy and digitalization. So let's start with a certain let's say, definition of blue economy, which sometimes seems to be a blurry one. This is a concept that is embraced by different large global organizations, in example, World Bank, European Commission. They're all thinking through the concept of blue economy. And one of the shortest way to describe it is that it is about economy that is geographically located around sea, ocean, or coastal ground, and that encompass all the sectors involved in generating new economic values in it. They are all interwoven, they're all interlinked, and they're all working for the same, to reach the same objective, and this is to rise the competitiveness, sustainability, and all other relevant dimensions of certain region. Today we are sitting in a heart of Jadranska Hrvatska, city of Split, which has done a tremendous job in improving economic and industrial situation on the ground. And I would most certainly like to see and hear what exactly future of EU industry and the blue economy, particularly focused on Južna Jadranska Hrvatska region, would mean regarding digitalization. It is a time that I can call very much exciting, and time in a history of humankind, I would dare to say, that is bringing completely new technologies that are giving us an opportunities that we haven't seen before. And for that reason, let's first hear what a future of EU industry and blue economy is from our first speaker, Nebojša Stojčić, who is Vice Rector for Business Affairs, University of Dubrovnik. Welcome, Nebojša, and please feel free to present your case.
Well, good morning to everybody, and thank you for invitation. It is really nice to be at the beginning of this event, but at the same time I also regret of not being able to join you physically. Having been at several previous events organized by colleagues of Split, from the University of Split, I know how good physical events these guys can make. My talk today will be sort of a reflection on where EU is today and what are its main competitive challenges that future holds. And as sort of introduction in all of sessions that will take place during the rest of the day, I would also outline some potential the areas where I see potential areas of action for European industries and particularly for industrial policy. I suppose most tales, not to say fairy tales, start with once upon a time, and this is a good place to start in a similar way, because not so long ago, but maybe several decades ago, when we would talk about European industries, we would use terms like frontier economies, those pushing boundaries, setting the trends, those that others look up on, and those that are leading in terms of technology, in terms of competitiveness in the world. Then sometimes around Lisbon Agenda, we have come to a stage where we talked about sustaining competitive advantage. And over the course of last decade, the buzzword has become catching up. So today, when we speak about European industries, when we talk about their competitiveness, we are really talking about catching up with rivals instead of securing the supremacy over them. And when we open some headlines today, we see that it is all over the news that European Union is actually seriously having problems which are particularly pronounced in technology intensive sectors, that is sectors which are important for high income economies and which enable you to differentiate more easily from your rivals and secure your supremacy. And this is, of course, not just media. This is not just narrative that we see. It is something that now, when we look back over last several decades, we can seriously notice in statistical data. For example, if you just look at R&D intensity in Europe, we see that main global rivals are actually surpassing and they are advancing, while EU has been to some extent stagnating. And this has reflection on European companies as well. If you look, for example, by number of unicorns created in European Union, you can see that Union as a whole, judged by recent data from a report published by Deutsche Bank research department, that EU is lagging behind United States and China as a whole. And when I say EU, then I mostly mean of Germany and a couple of other advanced EU member states, which are actually places where these firms emerge from. It's also interesting to note, for example, that out of 20 most valuable technological companies in the world, at the moment we have only one from European Union. And what is most concerning is that when you look structure of industries, when you look structure of those most competitive European economies, there is considerable portion of them which actually come from traditional industries, from established industries, whereas the rest of the world is really catching up and advancing in sectors of tomorrow. So, in other words, we can say, Houston, we have a problem, but then again, this is not the first time that we say this, and the question is what future holds for all of us in European Union, and where are the main problems that are behind such present state. There are several of these bottlenecks that have been identified by both academia, policymakers, business community. Most of them start with problems of fragmentation in industrial policy and lack of coordinated, harmonized response at the level of union in that sense. There is also a problem in overall approach of industrial policy in Europe. For example, Mariana Mazzucato, one of great economic thinkers of our times, recently pointed out that when we talk about Europe, what's really keeping European industries behind is the overall approach towards industrial policy. And by that I mean Europe has been deeply embedded in trying to create free market opportunities for everybody, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not advocate also of opinion that we need some heavy state intervention, but we need to look what others are doing. And when we look at US or China, main rivals, then we can notice that their approach somewhat differs from the ones applied in European Union, and I will come briefly to that as well. Then there is problem of instrument discontinuity and harmonization also when we talk about particular instruments of European industrial policy or innovation policy. For example, our recent research in European Economic Review showed a huge disproportionality in effects on demand side and supply side innovation instruments, which in some EU member states are particularly offsetting each others. And finally, something that I think is not emphasized quite enough, and what is very important is that we are facing still considerable barriers when it comes to technology transfer and when it comes to reducing technology gaps between different parts of European Union. And by that I particularly mean between northwestern advanced part and southeastern part. Recent study by Vienna Economic Institute pointed to significant gaps in knowledge transfers between different parts of Europe, and one of my recent researchers also showed that, for example, European companies in pursuing radical innovation have better chances if collaborating with partners from United States, China or India than from Western Europe. In other words, we are not still at the stage where we are aware that only by embracing full potential of single market, by acting as single entity, European economies can actually tackle all global rivals and regain position that Europe deserves on a global competitiveness ladder. In other words, we are competing both outside of EU, but among ourselves within EU in areas where actually we should be supporting each others. And this brings us to the question where opportunities lie, which is something I'm pretty sure we will return to over next sessions of today quite a lot. Whether Europe should follow its approach of continue following approach of just creating market opportunities and let market decide whatever the best outcome is, or it should have some sort of interventionism by targeting specific sectors is really question of debate here. When we look what our rivals do, then we see that there is quite a lot of niche picking. In other words, focusing on emerging industries in creation, which are not at first so attractive to established rivals, and which bring along considerably lower learning costs, but come with benefit of greater potential for growth and differentiation. That is something that is recognized in academia for like 30 years, something experienced by many of world economies that climbed to high income level and secured sustainability there, and something that might be path also Europe should not easily give up on. At the moment, there is a lot of buzzword of green transition, of digital transformation, and these are indeed at the moment these technological windows of opportunity, but they will not be that forever. So if we don't act fast, those opportunities will be embraced by others. There are many instruments there that can be used in that direction, like recovery fund that is now mentioned and a lot in press and by policymakers, or innovation policies on both supply and demand side. And that brings us to final point that I wanted to outline, where I see main intervention areas. I think we are at stage where we already have recognized the bottlenecks of European competitiveness, but then again we were at that stage also 10 years ago, and and when we were laying the strategy for that decade, or 20 years ago when we were setting up a strategy for that decade. So question is, we need to do something about it. Then when it comes to instruments, I think the problem really of addressing these market failures or addressing lagging of European economies cannot just be solved with present approach of just pouring money into economy through different sorts of push and incentives, but rather we need to work also on demand side, because constraints may be in informational area, they may be in area of pointing firms or opening them guidance to right direction. Finally, on push side, we are now facing some similar incentives. France recently introduced as part of conditions for the access to recovery package requirement that you for firms to implement green solutions in their business and to initiate digital transformation of their business models. So there are some kind of incentives that can help us in that direction. Finally, we need to even this balance discrepancy, development imbalances between different parts of Europe in a way, in order to strengthen European Union as entity that competes with its main rivals, and key to that resolving these bottlenecks in terms of intra-EU knowledge transfer. So I will stop here and leave the floor for the moment to others, because I just wanted to give a brief framework where future challenges lie and what are our current problems. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Nebojša, for your participation and making us clear what exactly EU competitiveness would mean for the economy of EU, but also how would it reflect to our particular region. We will have a time to discuss it, and I'm quite looking forward to talk to you in a few minutes, in a half an hour to be more exact. And today with us is also Klaus Schulze, policy officer of Blue Growth. And he's coming from European Commission, and from the first hand we would like to hear what is a sustainability issue of a blue economy, and how we will approach to blue-green recovery. So hi Klaus, we are all keen to hear what European Commission means with this issue, means to do with this issue. What are the policies that we are to expect, and how are we to approach the problem? Can
morning.
You please? Good morning.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah,
can
we
you
can.
see my screen as well?
Yeah, we do.
Very good. So yeah, thanks for inviting me.
First, how is the weather down there where you are? How is the weather? Is it sunshine?
No, today, I mean, yesterday was a fantastic day, but you know, we're stuck inside anyway, working all the time. But today is a bit clouded.
Yeah.
I guess it's lovely weather in Croatia. Yeah. Whenever I went there, it was very nice. So yeah, I have very good memories.
Looking forward to host you here in Split this summer, if conditions are right, you know, regarding COVID, etc.
I've been many times to Croatia, particularly 20 years ago, before the tourism really hit off. It's lovely, and I'm looking forward to come back at some point. But to my talk today, I mean, the previous speaker has, you know, given us a very broad brushed overview of a lot of challenges that are out there that are known for decades, and he's been quite skeptical. I mean, you can see the glass either half empty or half full. I see it half full. We have made a lot of reforms in Europe. We have managed to integrate a huge amount a vast amount of countries that haven't been really competitive. They have transformed. I mean, look at Croatia. They have transformed tremendously in the last 2 decades. And I mean, this has been an absolute amazing success. And I mean, the US didn't have to handle that. They have obviously an ecosystem there in Silicon Valley with a venture capitalist and you know, a hands-on entrepreneurial culture that is very hard to beat. But Europe has been catching up fast. And in sustainability and clean tech, Europe is still a leader, and the Green Deal will help to, you know, strengthen that lead further. I mean, the US is looking at us in terms of sustainability.
It's not only the matter of compliance to certain standards, it's the matter of values that Europe can, you know, propose to the rest of the world.
Absolutely.
Isn't that right?
That's correct. If I look at Southeastern Europe, in particular, and some of the Balkan countries, from our work with entrepreneurs and investors, we are missing the entrepreneurs coming from that region. I'll say something about that later. We, for instance, in our Blue Invest initiative, I'll explain what it is in a minute. We have only 2 Croatian companies. We had only 4 applications from Croatia. They are great companies, but I mean, you just don't have the critical mass there. So so far, I'm right. In many of the countries, you don't have that entrepreneurial drive. You don't have the knowledge transfer. The institutions, the universities are still in their ivory tower. But I mean, look at countries like the Netherlands. You've mentioned Germany. Germany has some really fast-growing digital companies now. The problem is, once they are successful, they go to America because the venture capital landscape is much more risk taking there, but also there we are progressing. The EU is doing a lot of work on the Capital Markets Union and on scaling up venture capital. So I can't go into all these details. I have prepared a presentation here on the blue economy in particular, what we're doing there. I'll be happy, you know, to discuss further if there's any time.
Please go on.
Let's you know, jump into that. But I appreciate, you know, this interesting bringing up all these interesting points which merit a huge discussion. Quickly, only on the recovery fund has been mentioned. It's not just an investment tool. I mean, the EU has this mechanism of the European semester, so-called, in place, which monitors the competitiveness of the member states and issues recommendations for reform and for investment each year. But there's never been a fund attached to it. So now, for the first time, we have a massive amount of recovery funding coming, which will tackle not only through investments, but particularly through reforms that have long been stalled. You know, member states are coming up with their plans that include a lot of these reforms to make them more competitive, and that will help as well. I mean, we have a lot to tackle, that's for sure, but we're doing our homework and we're working very hard of it. And the blue economy is one of the areas where we're doing that. So what I want to tell you in the few remaining minutes about is, you know, what the Green Deal means for the blue economy. Then I give you some pointers towards a new approach, a new EU approach for a sustainable blue economy that we are working on. There's a communication plan to be adopted in May this year. Then I give you some information about Blue Invest. That's an initiative that we have started like 2 years ago. That's been very successful, and that helps startups and SMEs in the blue economy to commercialize their innovations. I don't have to give you a definition on the blue economy. You know, it's very broad, obviously, and we've heard that, you know, due to COVID, the blue economy, particularly the tourism sector, but other sectors as well, have been hit pretty hard. But still, despite COVID, the economic credentials of the blue economy remain globally and in Europe very strong, driven in particular also by, you know, a move towards sustainability, a move towards the digital. You know all these threats. These are ugly, horrible pictures. I've even seen it 20 years ago when I went to holidays in Croatia. You went to a secluded spot and you wonder, oh, where's all this stuff, this plastic coming from? It's probably all the sailors and ships. So these are challenges. It's not just the plastics pollution. Obviously, it's climate change. It's the whole biodiversity problems that we are now having, biodiversity loss, other forms of pollution. So this is something that we're facing head on, that we're trying to tackle head on at the moment. So because obviously a healthy ocean is what underpins a healthy blue economy. So I just mentioned that we need this green transformation, obviously, which has these as a main axis, basically, and the Green Deal is driving that. For those who don't know, the Green Deal calls, for a resource-efficient economy with no net emissions of greenhouse gases as of 2050. There are concrete targets towards that, particularly in the energy field. And the main axis of transformation here is, decarbonization. So basically, we're looking also to decarbonize the maritime transport. It's been foreseen that the emissions trading system will be extended to maritime transport. These are costs, but these are challenges. But these are also a lot of economic opportunities. We have quite a few SMEs and startups in these domains, because there are a lot of low-hanging fruits for decarbonizing shipping emissions. There are tax issues obviously related to that that need to be looked at. This whole another axis is circularity, eliminating waste and pollution. The EU biodiversity strategy has this vision of a zero pollution. Also for maritime sectors, there's this issue of redesigning everything so that it becomes circular, which includes also fishing gear and leisure boats, everything that makes up a big part of the blue economy. So we're looking at that too. Biodiversity, coastal resistance. The EU is thinking about proposing a new action plan to protect marine ecosystems. There's a lot of investment going into this, and the awareness is rising that there's work to be done, and that's going to happen. Marine protected areas, for instance, one of the goals of the EU 2030 biodiversity strategy is to have protected areas, marine protected areas for at least 30% of Europe's seas. But then, of course, is how do you monitor that? How do you enforce it? That's also where work has to be done. And it's being done. And then the whole issue of sustainable food production. So we're moving strongly into agriculture. It's important to make that more sustainable. So there's lots of challenges and lots of transformation potential. That's all linked to economic opportunities for companies, particularly for SMEs, because they are the fast movers. They are more ready, in many cases, to take up new innovations and bring them to market. Obviously, the big economic opportunities are with the offshore. And most member states have big plans to scale up, offshore wind capacity. The Green Deal demands that, to meet those emission reduction targets, we will have to enhance the offshore capacity by 5 until the year 2030, and by 30 times as much as we have now by 2050. A lot of plans for new offshore parks have already been approved, so they will be built, but more is needed. So there's a huge growth potential here. That includes then, of course, these need to be serviced. And there's a lot of research and innovations going into in this area, whether it's offshore wind or ocean energy, wave energy, tidal energy. So the EU has been supporting this with a lot of money. We are leading here in the world, and there's grids investments that are linked to that. So a lot is happening here at the European level, and this is where countries have to cooperate together, particularly where you have in the Atlantic, where you have the strong winds, but there is, of course, also a potential in other seas which are being exploited and in the future. Now, coming to this this concept of integrating the sustainable in the blue economy, the EU had a blue growth approach in the past, and it's going to at the moment we are, as I said, working on overhauling this to integrate to push for a more sustainable approach towards those maritime and coastal activities, and that's a document that's currently being discussed at the EU level, and it's going to hopefully come out by the end of May. So I can't give you a lot of details about the new actions that are in there, but we will have a debate about that once the communication comes out, and that's going also to help raise awareness on these transformation issues. One of the things I want to really highlight, it's because of the unit I work in DG Mare at the European Commission. We have a Director General for Maritime Affairs, and we work on, I work on investment personally, but we also work, on knowledge and knowledge transfer and these things. So one of the things is the new mission-oriented research program. I mean, there's huge amounts of funds going into research, but as my previous speaker has said, Europe is not very good in bringing that research into the market. The US is much better in that, but it's something where Europe is improving, and this innovation dimension is more and more included in our research funding, and also this mission orientation. To have the vision to actually have impact on the ground, to bring your research into the innovation, and then have an impact on that changes our lives. And improves our environment. That's something that these research missions will going to do. And one is on healthy oceans, seas, coastal and inland waters. There will be flagship projects. So this is something to be looked at. There will be opportunities to be involved for scientific institutions and for countries and for citizens and for investors, for companies, for all stakeholders. It's kind of bringing everybody together. So this is an interesting development. Obviously, for all this, we need a lot of money. The Green Deal will require big investments. Its ambition and targets are underpinned by the usual EU 7-year budget. This time it's a very big budget. The next generation EU budget is the largest stimulus package ever financed through the EU budget. It's a total of 1.8 trillion to help rebuild a post-COVID-19 Europe, but it's going to be a green, hopefully a green build back. We make sure that all these projects that are being financed, for instance, through the recovery plan, they do not. There's a principle called do no significant harm. They follow the sustainable taxonomy. So every project that's in there is looked at under this aspect. So it's going to be sustainable. It has to be sustainable, otherwise it won't be funded. Let me see what else I have here. Yeah. Concerning the blue economy, one of the things we realized when we did an analysis about the funding landscape a couple of years ago is that there's a lot of venture capital specifically dedicated to the blue economy is missing. There's a real gap for smaller companies that want to innovate in the maritime economy. Startups, it's very hard to come by to get money to help in these critical stages at the end of the research, to go into the market, TLR levels, technological readiness levels, let's say 6, 7 to 9, and then market introduction, scaling up. And so we set out, and a lot of companies are not ready to pitch for this investment. So they need a lot of hand-holding, a lot of coaching. They need visibility, and they need investors. So this is why we've built up 2 years ago the Blue Invest Initiative, which has been running really well. It will be prolonged, and we're scaling it up financially. There's a lot going on here. one of the critical things that we're doing is, I mean, these are all the features of the initiative. It offers grants, it offers equity finance, and we're going fully towards equity finance. So the grants will be phased out, but we're scaling up the equity, so we can allocate in the future up to 120 million a year, which is very interesting. So we can also fund bigger tickets with that. For SMEs. Readiness assistance is a very big topic here, and the whole community matching entrepreneurs and investors. We have had a lot of success with that. A lot of companies have found investment, and we are also raising the awareness of the opportunities in the blue economy in the investor community, which is very critical. You have to help build up these specialized funds that are looking for investment opportunities that work hand in hand with entrepreneurs to bring out the opportunities in the blue economy. That's what we're doing. And this is just a short information on the different assistance packages we are offering. Companies can apply every 3 months. We have a cycle for application. They can apply for coaching. They get 9 days of coaching, and with a blue economy expert, they sit down together with a company. This is tailor-made to the needs of the company. So there's going to be a needs assessment, and we've got very good results and testimonials from companies. I mean, it's like 97% are happy with that service and have benefited from this. I mean, I leave you with these testimonials. I don't have time to read them out here, but you know, it's particularly for early stage project. It's been really, really beneficial, this assistance, and that transitions them also, because we give them exposure to investors. We'll organize a lot of pitching and matchmaking events across the EU. We have a pipeline that's a tool for investors and for entrepreneurs to show what they can offer, what they're looking for. It's kind of a digital Dragon's Den type of an instrument, so they'll pitch, and our investors can then contact them and get in touch. And we'll do this obviously once a year. We have a big Blue Invest pitching event where we bring everybody together. This is the one from 2020. We did one this year, which was digital but worked very well. So we're now obviously doing a lot of digital pitching, but we hope to go back to you know, getting everybody in the room to have that buzz around it. Because I mean, obviously we have been thrown into the digital world, but nothing really, particularly if it comes about investment and trust, can replace having two people sit in the same room and smell each other. That is so important for investors. But we are managing well at the moment, but we hope times after the summer we'll go back to you know, being on the spot, particularly at big industry events with our Blue Invest pitches. Yeah, I'll here's some stories about companies that were able to get investment and that have benefited from Blue Invest. So this is going on. There's still 2 more cycles this year. Then we have a short break, and as of April next year, we'll continue with the because there's going to be a new contract. So we continue with the coaching packages. We'll have a 70 million fund with the EIF that starts its spending at the moment. The money is relayed through intermediaries. So we give, it's a fund of funds. So this money is it's EU money that's put into funds that's specifically invest in the blue economy. And as I said, we're building on a much bigger instrument, integrating Invest EU money from this new budget, where we have up to 120 million to spend, which also goes then through investors. So the investment decisions are not taken by bureaucrats in Brussels. The investment decisions are taken by fund managers that bring in their own money. So there's much better chance that we succeed, you know, with these investments. I think if you're interested in this, please go check out our website, join the community so you can benefit from the activities, and I leave you with that for now. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Klaus, for being with us for these last 20 minutes. It was really inspiring to hear that the European Union is, as a matter of the fact, recognizing those particularly important pain points for small companies to bridge their gap in between ability to grow and finance their own operations. And it is, of course, condensed in the term of venture capital that should offer them a proper railroad to go on. Let us not forget that also European Union is not forgetting resonating concepts such as open innovation that will bring all of them together, not only by financing but also by sharing the knowledge, because innovation is all about knowledge sharing. And also responsible innovation, that is a concept that has been embraced by European Union and is focused on a green and ecological approach, of course ethical approach as well, to the process of research and development. This is a unique policy tendency that is characteristic for European Union, and I hope sincerely it will remain regardless of the way financing will be offered to the companies. With us today is also Leandra Vranjes-Markec, that is Vice Rector for Innovation and Science from Split University. She will share with us her experience, her knowledge about how this region and those concepts are interwoven. So please, Leandra, go on.
Thank you, Emir. So it's a pleasure to participate in the event, and I think my previous colleagues who have made a really good introduction to the topic that I'm going to talk now, and this is about European Digital Innovation Hubs. So these hubs are the central instrument of the Digital Europe program that are designed to really help companies adopt advanced digital technologies, in particular artificial intelligence and high-performance computing and cybersecurity, and in this way really innovate and grow in competitiveness. So just to start, well, as previous speaker said, of course, we are all deep in the digital transformation. The COVID really accelerated this process very much, and I think, somewhere I have read that we have advanced in a couple of months what it would take normally 5 years to do. And we know it from schools up to the elderly. And, well, still the level of digitization remains very uneven across our European Union, and it depends on the country sector. There are some countries where companies have managed to digitize more than 50%, for example, in Denmark, and those where we are below 10%. Also, there are sectors like in computing where more than half of the companies are digitized, but for example, in metal processing, it's less than 10%, and so on. And this is an important challenge for us in Europe. Of course, we see this digital transformation as the key to maintaining the European Union competitiveness, international ones. And there are some estimates that up to 2030 we could have additional gross value added up to 2.2 trillion euros, which are great amount of numbers, but how to get there and how to distribute it evenly across all the member states. I will talk a lot from the perspective of the Croatia and, of course, from our candidate European Digital Innovation Hub. And if you look at Croatia, we see that we are the 21st of the 28th member state according to the analysis of the Digital Economy and Society Index for 2020. The good things are in the area of digital transformation when we see that in integration of digital technology within the company, we are ranked 12th, and it's actually a huge increase from the year before. So I think we are moving in the right direction. But here we see, for example, in this graph, this Digital Economy and Society Index is different components from connectivity, human capital, use of internet services. And we can really see that there is a huge difference between those advanced and less advanced ones. And if we don't take the right concrete measures, this difference is actually going to increase. So especially countries which are a little bit behind on the right-hand side need to take decisive action. And for Croatia, we are very happy that our national development strategy, which was adopted a couple of months ago, really recognizes this. and puts digital skills as one of the priorities. There is a program, Digital Society, there are cross-sectoral policies, education and human resources development, industrial development, and entrepreneurship. So if we continue to really match this with concrete funding instruments, I think we are in the right track to really change these negative trends. And so this, as I said before, the European Digital Innovation Hub should play a really important role in this process. And as I said, they are this important part of the Digital Europe program, and it's actually the first financial instrument that the European Commission has put to advance the digital transformation. It consists of 7.5 billion of investments in capacity building, in high-performance computing, in cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and among this is this ensuring of the wise use of digital skills across the economy and the society, and digital innovation hubs are really a part of it. And the role is, it's really in supporting these businesses and other users in digitization. And of course, it's not, the goal is not to really replicate what is already out there, but rather to really bring our companies to adopt really the advanced technologies of artificial intelligence, where we are really lagging behind China and US, as was said before, cybersecurity and HPC. And in Croatia, for example, we have 12.7 million euros planned for the activities of these EDIs in a 7-year period. And it's just half of the funding, because actually the national member states are invited to provide the other half, or national, or ourselves, to really make this work very well. And the idea of the Commission is really for all the regions of Europe to have access to a European Digital Innovation Hub. So, and what is actually these services that we are going to do? And the crucial services as test before invest. So it's really important for the companies to reduce the uncertainty, to be able to test, to experiment with new technologies before they really go and invest. Then another important cluster of services is support to find investment. Before we had some excellent examples, but for a lot of the small and medium-sized companies, it's really hard to really find a way in all this mess of, different instruments, what is, But so they should go to the EDI, and EDI should help them really find the right instrument for themselves. Then, of course, a huge important issue of skills and training. I mean, we will need to, train, maybe upskilled 90 million workers across EU until 2030. These are some estimates. So we all need to adjust to this and offer, again, here, the really advanced training. And of course, a very important role is to build this innovation ecosystem. This ecosystem that works very well for the US, and we do not have here, but it's our role to really make it here. And I'm thinking about these local ecosystems of our regional companies, but also an ecosystem with other European countries. And the role here is also to bring those end users, to connect them to the companies that are providing these services. So we are kind of, European Digital Innovation Hubs should really be the broker between this, and in this way create the ecosystem. So maybe everybody's asking themselves, oh, where are these EDIs now? And this is the roadmap. So we have created consortiums all around Europe already, and there was a call, national calls for the pre-selection, and we passed this role, and now these national pre-selecting candidates are waiting for the Digital Europe call. That's supposed now, it's moving a little bit, but hopefully it's going to be happening in May, and then we will have the results by the end of the year and start sometime next year with the activities. In Croatia, actually we have 5 nationally pre-selected candidates. There is one at Adria, where the applicant is University of Rijeka, and you will see that academic institutions are the applicants here actually, because we have say most of this knowledge of advanced technologies and should be the core efficiency of these EDIs. So we have our European Digital Innovation Hub, where our university is the applicant. There is the AI for Health, it's AI for Smart Health and Medicine, where applicant is Ruđer Bošković Institute. Then there is the Croatian Institute and Society Boosting European Digital Innovation Hub, which the applicant is Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing at the University of Zagreb. And then there is another one where applicant is the regional coordinator of Sisak, Moslavina County. So, yeah, okay, so we'll see who is successful, but in addition to this, there are also other eddies, and we are all going to create this ecosystem. So I will tell you a little bit more about this. This is from the example of our candidate. So the mission is to bring high-performance computing and artificial intelligence closer to regional companies in the blue-green sector to increase their potential and competitiveness. So how we're thinking of it? First of all, we have this important regional perspective where it's important that each company in our Dalmatian region can really easily reach our services. And so we have these 4 counties and all the major research institutions. Besides University Split, there's University of Dubrovnik, where my colleague, you had the opportunity to hear my colleague Nebojša. Then there is University of Zadar and Polytechnics in Šibenik. We have public sector organizations because also part of our activities is directed toward the public sector companies, institutions, and so we have Split and Dalmatian County, 2 cities of Dubrovnik and city of Knin. We have Regional Development Agency, Matica in Šibenik and Knin County, which also has some companies incubated. There is also there is an incubator that we have here, and actually we are now sitting in this Spinit incubator, startup incubator, because it's very important for us to connect also our startups in the ecosystem.
Sure.
And there is a privately owned digital innovation hub in agri-food sector.
Okay.
So, and how we are structured through competence centers. So with competence center for AI, for HPC, for autonomous vehicles, and so on. And then we have different contact points. We have a Blue Dig factory because it's crucial for the companies to be able to see some AI showcases, to be able to prototype, to demonstrate.
To make a minimal viable products.
Minimal viable products and so on. And then there is a Blue Dig Academy, which will provide skills and, of course, experimentation with public sector. So, and a little bit about the services. In Test Before Invest, an important part is the maturity assessment for AI and HPC uptake, because really we have to, propose the adequate level of services for the company. The idea is there are companies who really do not have a lot of experience. We can make them go forward and initiate this process, but there are those which will need really additional, a high level of activities. Of course, a small-scale digitization showcase, a proof of concept living lab. Then, of course, there will be a tailored research and development, different kinds of technology transfer services, advisory services for digital technology uptake. And there we can really have this experience of having expertise in different fields in our universities, and that we can draw on these experts and connect them to the really needs of the companies at hand. The next are skills and training. Of course, there was mentioning training, upskilling, our Blue Dig Academy, different boot camps and hackathons. Already, all of these services, there is some experience already going on. For example, now we are participating in the Ocean Hackathon that takes place in 18 countries. So there are some good experiences there that we will scale up. And of course, the innovation ecosystem and networking, mentioning this open innovation community. And an important thing is this networking and signposting with other EDs across Europe. And I think we are in good communication with about 10 of them at least now, and discussing how we can integrate the services, because every EDI will not have everything that's needed for their local companies, but they can exchange among themselves. And of course, a lot of local events and meetups. Now on, we're doing many things online, like this event. But of course, we're hoping to be able to catch up and do things physically as time goes. And of course, then support to find investment, so access to funding and advisory, networking platform for that. We're hoping to go to the green and the innovative public procurement advisory to really be able to advise on our public, cities and the local development agencies and so on. Where to go, so that here they can experiment a little bit, also with maybe different companies who are already providing solutions, and then prepare for this public procurement, and then really in this way also advance our companies. And, support programming. And that's it. Actually, maybe I was too short, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much for running through this.
Yes.
It is so comprehensive in its meaning and presentation. So it deserves much more time to elaborate all of that. But what I could take as a takeaway from your presentation is that it's all about open innovation, isn't it?
Yes.
So you have been describing Digital Innovation Hub as a hybrid organization that has a meaning to connect different stakeholders in a network, to provide them an opportunity to develop different applications using AI, using all those very cutting-edge technologies, to bring them down to the user level. So you want to make a living lab as well, involve some kind of users or even citizens. I don't know what is your objective, but it can be urban or it can be industrial. It can be focused on different areas. And what we do not have time to do is to discuss it in depth, because we are now approaching to a panel discussion, which is potential of digital transformation in the blue economy. And I would like to introduce, beside you, that already have done a kind of introduction, Nebojša Stojčić, who was with us just a half an hour ago. So please, Nebojša, join us in a panel discussion. I don't need to introduce you again. Matilda Dorotic, Associate Professor from BI Norwegian Business School. I am honored to have you today with us and to discuss your experience regarding blue economy, because Norway is very much connected to the concept of blue economy, especially from the point of artificial intelligence, security, and all those areas that you are expert in. Welcome, Matilda. Petra Grell Kunzinger, I'm sorry for misspelling your surname. Welcome to our panel discussion. Petra is founder of a startup, miazorgo.com, that is very much resembling the TripAdvisor for elderly care and nursery care services. And it is very much connected to a general attitude toward life. It is a measure, as a matter of the fact, of a social responsibility, and you are helping patients to be connected efficiently and effectively to those services, to evaluate them and to bring the best on the surface. So basically, welcome, Petra. We will continue later. Unfortunately, Ante Dagalic was not able to be present today with us. He caught some flu, and we are going to wait for him to join us in the next panel discussion, I hope very soon. Matteo Perac, Profico, I hope that he will join us soon. I don't have him. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm quite, I'm getting confused in between, screens, monitors, and those that are real present in a studio, but actually you will forgive me. He is the owner and founder of Profico Limited Company that is basically doing all necessary help to anyone who wants to develop certain applications, to connect them, to API them to large systems, probably to suck out all important informations and make them useful. So he will be very, very important guest today in our panel discussion, because he will be able to connect the technology to the real world, I hope. So the next one is Mirjana Čović, who is lead for innovation in Österreichische Bundesbahnen. Sorry for my bad German, but I hope I did it quite well. It is all about a large organization employing more than 35,000 people, am I right? Who are jointly working on rising of competitiveness of otherwise large and quite slow industry, I would say, because you work for infrastructure sector of your company. But nevertheless, so you will be able to show us the case of how a large organization, nevertheless it is large, nevertheless it is probably slower than a startup, can catch up with the technology, can catch up with the digitalization and bring us closer to the future. So basically, this is it. And Nicola, of course, he is with us. He is representing European Entrepreneur Network, and he will tell us about how to connect different companies, their interests with technology, as well as with sources of financing. Before we started this panel, we heard that a significant gap is the miss of venture capital companies, the European lack of infrastructure to invest in small companies, to guide them through a so-called valley of debt where they have to pass through troubling times, fighting with the market and presenting their products to different stakeholders. What else is there to mention as a gap? And what is there, as you said, Nebojša, would be a window of opportunity? Let me say that window of opportunity is a concept that you have fostered for a long time, and that you have been working on. What I understand is that it is about opening the window for the short time, allowing us to reach for some opportunity, and then that window closes. What happens then? What about Croatia? What about our region? What about window of opportunity? What are we lacking? What are we having an opportunity to catch right now? And where do we have to run for?
Okay, well, thank you very much for another introduction. As you said, windows of opportunity are actually not new thing. It is a concept coined in the 1980s and used to explain experiences of world economies that successfully transitioned from middle to high income levels and sustained there, particularly actually what window of opportunity is. It is a technological emergence of technological shift which opens opportunity for countries which are not heavily embedded in existing technologies. Why? Because when you speak about countries that are already at world technological frontier, they are at the same time concerned with pursuing technological options, but also maintaining their existing customers and their existing industries. And this is something that is currently happening to EU, because it is trying to maintain its existing industries and in a way refusing to acknowledge that it needs to go in another way. For countries like Croatia, this is opportunity, because learning costs, not just financial costs, but learning costs, which are sometimes more important, actually are significantly lower than it would be if we wanted to build our position in the traditional industries. So in that sense, I would say that both digital transformation as a sector that is emerging is opportunity, as well as green economy. Where do I see problems? Problems are that when you want to pursue something like that, you need to plan well in advance your actions. All of our industrial actions over past decade were actually focused on short-run decisions corresponding often to political cycles without long-run strategic planning and commitment over a decade or so. So just to draw a parallel, for example, we are speaking about digital transformation in Croatia. I always like to use that example. For last 3-4 years in Czech Republic, for example, they were preparing for something like that from 2040. So that is what really makes a difference there. So I would say that at the moment these the windows of opportunity are present, but whether we want to exploit them or not, it's really up to us, and we need to know that they are not there to remain forever, because sooner or later rivals will come up and overtake opportunities that lie in front of us.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying what we can expect from the future. But what about uneven digitalization in Croatia and maybe in Europe as well? How do you feel we can address that topic? How to approach it? Because it is obviously part of the window of opportunity, you know, to reach and to utilize the technology that can offer so much to us. What about it in Croatia? What about it in sectors, in regions, when compared together?
We have to work on different fronts.
Yeah.
Skilling people,
okay.
And there definitely there is a huge role for the university, but also other organizations, to really ask the companies to adjust all the time their education offer to be able to follow the trends and to be at the forefront. Actually, of course, then there should be adequate financial instruments, and we really need to move fast with the funding, much faster than we used to do in before. I think. And then there is this ecosystem, making people learn from each other, and
okay.
this is also extremely important.
Cool. We in chemistry, because I come from that background, we call some reaction exothermic reaction or endothermic. When you need to put money in some event to happen, you simply have to introduce some energy to the possible thing that we want to happen. Is it necessary to finance the cooperation in between economy and university, or is it happening naturally?
Well, the experience shows that it's not happening actually a lot, really.
Also, some articles show it as well.
Yes, as well, because I mean, for both sides, yes. Yeah. Obviously, I mean, the companies do not have enough resources to really invest in this area, and so we have a successful cooperation between companies, but it usually comes when there is funding involved as well, external funding, be it regional funds or European programs.
Is it because, particularly in Croatia, companies do not have need or do not understand the opportunity that lies in between, in a fact that university is very close, that it is right here in Split or in Dubrovnik, that they can consult it for, let's say, not so big amount of money, or that they can use European money to do that? What is going on? Is it a cultural problem? Is it?
Part of it is culture, part of it is insufficient funding that companies sometimes have, and maybe sometimes they're thinking more short-term and not long-term. And then there are also, of course, constraints also on the side of the universities themselves and other research institutions.
Sure, I feel that we are moving forward, and that everything is changing. Particularly in the last 15 to 20 years, we have changed a lot in our mindsets, in a way we see the world, in a way we recognize the opportunities, and a big impact on that opinion probably was our contact with a large amount of people coming to Croatia to spend a summer, which is also very important contact, to exchange some information, to exchange some knowledge, to exchange some way of thinking. And I'm quite surprised personally that universities in the coastal region of Croatia, in the Jadranska Hrvatska, have been progressing so fast and so well. But is it still, and what is still to be done from your side to improve the coordination and cooperation and co-creation with the community?
There are many things that we can do, and we are benefiting a lot from international cooperation. As our rector said at the beginning, we are a member of the European University of the Sea. It's an alliance with 5 other coastal universities, and together we are trying to make the University of the Future. It's a program which is funded by the European Commission, but really we want our future students to be able to move across countries, sectors, disciplines, and really work very much closer on solving real issues. Our researchers and our students together with our companies, with different stakeholders from the civil sector. It's like this quadruple helix model, where we also many times talk about the quintuple helix model, because we are also taking into account environment sustainability. And so in the co-creation part is really very important. We are trying to engage in different kinds of activities like Ocean Hackathon and living labs that we are planning to create. Our citizens, our companies, our civil stakeholders, and all the time have researchers and students present inside. And this way really changing the way that we are functioning and working and changing the culture.
The culture of, yeah, sure.
It will take some time. It's not done overnight, but we are progressing in the right direction.
Sure. Okay, cool. So basically, digitalization is moving. Experience in starting the projects, the startup projects. You also have a corporate experience, and please tell us what about digitalization seen from your both angles, from angle of corporate, big corporation, and from the angle of a single small entity that is fast growing right now on the market. How do you comment this trend? Let's call it a mega trend, which we cannot stop. We can only look at it, yeah? Please, Petra.
Yeah, very true. But the thing is, you just shouldn't only look at it, you also have to write it somehow. I think that's the important part. What is funny is I'm from Austria, and as far as I saw on the index before, Austria is not that hugely better than Croatia, so don't worry about that. But what we have in Austria is a pretty interesting subsidy regulation. So we are nearly spending 1 billion on digitization innovation projects where companies are cooperating with universities. So you always can apply for joint funding. And I think that is doing a lot. So bringing in the money burn the money, as you said it, from a chemical perspective. I think that definitely helps because it also encourages corporates working together with the university. And so for me, the thing in the corporate world is what makes it always a bit different or difficult is when a company has a legacy. You're the incumbent, you're there for several years already, and you were really, really good at something, and the speed of digitization is just blowing you away because your processes cannot change that fast than a startup can do it, because a startup starts from scratch and skips everything a huge corporate has to do as well. The main task of a corporate is to make a very efficient daily business. That's their job. A startup is more on the speedboat side and can implement whatever they want. They can directly jump to a problem and find a solution. A corporate still has a task to do. And I think what is important there is to, as also Leona first mentioned, this ecosystem part, find your partners where you can do things fast and prototype and implement and try things out, but you still have your core system, which is doing the daily business in the end. So if you mix them up together, you might lose both worlds. So you definitely need your structure and your processes and your cost efficiency and whatever you have to do with the daily business. But I think corporates have definitely to get out and find this way of getting your customers, your employees closer to you, to have them also telling you what they want, that you can start solving their problems. To be honest, I'm not a big fan of open innovation, even though it is very interesting to bring all these brains together and to have a look at the real problems out there. That's a very important part. Listen to a customer is something most of the corporates should implement. But with the open innovation, you also have a very high amount of inefficiency. So I saw lots of open innovation projects which just, they were done. They were okay-ish, but they were just put away again because nothing really happened, because you need a focus as well. Open innovation brings you 100,000 of ideas, but who is implementing it afterwards? So making it up first, that's also what you do in design thinking. You make up first, bring all ideas in, but then you have to get focused down again and start implementing. Otherwise, you just lose yourself in all the opportunities and nothing will be implemented. So finding this combination, I think, is
to hear that from you, because it is actually a structural and strategic issue of large organizations, and how do they find their means and so-called wants. Yeah? So there is an open innovation model that fosters that and that solves that issue, because I'm aware that most certainly Mirjana will say more about this. She is currently involved in a service lead innovation. So please, Mirjana, would you come in to our screen? What actually big organizations can do is, at first they define their wants. What do we want from innovation? What do we want to innovate? And this is actually effectiveness more than efficiency. When that kind of attitude comes to the point where certain knowledge and certain technology should be brought into the scene of the corporation, then open innovation sector or department has a lot to say. Involved in that kind of process where we had a trouble and we had an opportunity to define wants and then go to reach and find those animals in a wood, hunt them and bring them back home. So Mirjana, how do you do that in your very large organization? Let me remind the audience, 35,000 employees, a lot of work to do, slow processes that are focused on infrastructural investment. it's not all. Do not forget that you have another part of your company that is dealing with more agile processes. Please describe us what you do actually in a large organization, how is innovation organized, and what are the interesting parts besides daily fitness, digitalized fitness that you have introduced very recently.
Hi, thank you very much for the opportunity. Peter said, because we have long processes building infrastructure, we have a huge legacy of 150 years taking care of the railway system in Austria, and on the other side, we're eager to improve our processes, to bring in new technology to help with our business. And one of the keys is not just being focused on new technology or on doing innovation just for the sake of innovation, but also have a clear use case behind it. So we have an open innovation team and an open innovation lab where a lot of ideas come in. But then in all of the sub-organizations, people like me take care that we go a step further, develop a prototype, and bring things into production. And what I really liked in your panel discussion before, untapped resources in a large enterprise like ours are the employees. So you have to skill them to be part of this digitalization and this transformation. And how we do it is, like you mentioned, with digital fitness. So first of all, we need to reach everyone in the organization, which is quite a challenge with these huge numbers and organization that is all over Austria. And on the other hand, when we say we want the people to be digital fit, it's not the matter just to give them the tools, but also to bring them into a process of participation, because their skills and their knowledge are the best sources for innovation, to finding really products and usage for all the new technology that is really bringing our business forward and serving our customer. Because otherwise, I'm fully agreeing with Petra, you're just doing it for the sake of the process. And at the end, there's not much output to show. And we have quite some projects where we have these cooperations with university, like you discussed before, where there's put in money, but you can only access the money and do the project if the university participates with the company.
Regarding your size, it reflects on organizational culture as well. If we compare your large organization to some small organization, it would be quite a difference, wouldn't it? The basic assumptions and values of large organizations most necessarily differ from agility and fastness of small companies. Did your organization ever embrace spinning off to the small companies, small entities that would be more productive, more innovative than if those projects would be happening within the large organization? There are many examples of a large organization that do that. I was even part of a similar process. Do you do that in Österreichische Bundesbahn?
Which is a partner of us, but our own company that takes care of the routing. So we have this concept of spinning off, but what we're also trying is to take the next step to change our culture. And the culture, we are that large that the culture is not everywhere the same. So the culture in my department and in some areas are completely different, like in the department who is taking care of the maintenance of critical infrastructure. and you have to let the culture also have the possibility to go with the time. So we have to change our culture. We are starting to do this, and spin-offs or cooperation with startups are a possibility to inject new impulses into our culture, which is key. The whole society is changing, so we have to change. But our change, like Petra said with the speedboat, there are a lot of speedboats, but there are also huge container tankers on the sea, and they are sometimes change course, but only 2 kilometers further you see that they change their course.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
Sometimes they also get stuck in the Suez Canal, yeah?
that can happen too, yes.
Cool. I mean, when we discuss new technologies and the new knowledge which needs to flow into a large organization, we actually discuss problematics that was analyzed, I think, by Deloitte some 2 years ago, and they asked CEOs of many global companies what they feel the problem and the issue pain point would be. They were offered several choices, and among them were technology, mechatronics, development of AI, but also HR, human resources, the ability of organization to absorb the knowledge. And the first issue that arose was HR. It wasn't the technology, it wasn't an availability of digital solutions, it wasn't HR, because human resources are those that are generating innovations, those that are using technology, and if I'm not mistaken, we will discuss it further. This is what matters at the end of the day. So basically, Matteo, please tell us, you are constantly in contact with customers, but also you are the one that provides the high technology to them. What are the issues regarding HR, regarding the acceptance of technology? You work with Ericsson, Nikola Tesla, you work with International Red Cross, you have a different international customers, and I feel that you would be the one to tell us the experience of contact in between you, technology, and your customers.
Well, yeah, okay, so my company is mostly building custom software solutions for a known customer, but we also have separate line of business in the smart city area where we are trying to fill some gaps, market gaps that we recognize by products. But that's actually quite interesting because we had this strategy, to expose ourselves to the market, be exposed to the problems, and by exposing ourselves to the problems, we see the possibilities on the market which we can maybe fill with our own products. So that's how we actually entered the smart city area. So that's how we might enter some different area in the future. But today, I mean, your question is like pretty general, so it's pretty hard to say what is the biggest trend or the most wanted thing at the market at the moment. But you see, things like digitalization, it's something that's becoming more like buzzword, because from my perspective, I see that as an ongoing process for decades. And it's ongoing, it's unstoppable, definitely, and it's opening, well, definitely the current crisis accelerated this.
Do you feel that currently, nowadays, we feel more that your clients are feeling that it is more important to involve customers, to spread their idea to outside of the company. Your applications are not only meant to perform within the company, within the company's processes. It also spreads outside of the company. Is that a trend? Is that something that we can expect will be standard approach to digitalization? Are they getting aware of necessity to get out of the chambers?
Yeah. Okay. So that's actually excellent question, because yes, we are dealing with B2B customers. We are building software solutions for our business customers, but to match their business goals, we have to learn, of course, about learn and understand their business goals, but we have to meet their customers. So it's actually today very important, quite important part of the software development process, because you must have full empathy to the end user to maximize the user's value within the customer's software solution. Yeah. So today you have like methodologies which are, it's like from in Silicon Valley, these methodologies are like few decades old, like design thinking, Google Design Sprint, and these are methodologies that are actually helping you achieve exactly the goals that you mentioned.
There are also other techniques that are not solely technological technologies. Let's call it social technologies as well. You mentioned design thinking. It is focusing on inside process of innovation. Yeah, but there is also a gamification. You can bring a game inside the otherwise serious business processes, therefore motivating not only employees but also the outside stakeholders to participate more actively in business processes, etc. Many things are changing. Everything is moving forward, and we are finding different ways of how to bring, in example, tourists back to Croatia if he suddenly forgot because of the COVID crisis that Croatia is still available for summer vacation.
Well, actually, you mentioned like few pretty strong words like engagement, participation, and today, well, you don't need software solutions today or any type of innovation just to be its own purpose, right? If you don't have the user engagement generates data. You can use that data for all types of research outside of your software solution. You can sell data, anonymize data, and of course the engagement of the various multiple stakeholders is quite important in the process. Yeah.
Of course. Nicola, you come from a completely different perspective, and I would really enjoy hearing your vision on how Enterprise Europe Network, as a network, can help our companies, particularly those that come from Jadranska Hrvatska, to participate in improving the competitiveness of our blue economy. How do you help them? Do you connect universities? Do you connect knowledge to knowledge sources to those that need it? Do you make different events? How do you help them?
Thanks. So basically, EN is present in Croatia since 2008. So already 12 years of experience, and Europe is keen to continue with this. Enterprise Europe Network is a fantastic opportunity, and this event today is also organized. This is almost like a small PR, but this event was also organized under Enterprise Europe Network. So we have more than 600 organizations, more than 3,000 experts. We are always able to answer any kind of questions. And but basically the thread that is in this discussion is developing is culture. So EN is like a free translation service for all these different stakeholders, and sometimes this is the most important part, and it's a challenge. You need to have a lot of understanding and empathy, but things are slowly moving, and we are seeing great success with all our clients, with all the projects, and yeah.
Thank you for this. It seems that EN, Digital Innovation Hub, they all serve to one greater purpose, and this is to hybridize the processes to allow other stakeholders to exchange knowledge and to make it flow. I'm so happy to have a representative of Norwegian University, BI Norwegian Business School, that is going to say how do you, Matilda, feel about what you heard in the last 20 minutes? Are we progressing in Croatia? Have you got any advice, and how do you in Norway do that? Let me remind that Norway is a very advanced country that sets standards to others as well, and it would be quite a treasure to hear your side.
Thank you very much, firstly, for having me, for inviting me to take part in this panel. It was very interesting to hear all of the previous speakers, because some of the things that I would add to this is the importance of bringing together academia with businesses and with policymakers. So in one aspect that Norway has been really leading or being able to implement some of the sustainability policies on every level, including academia, where all of the things that are funded, or most of the funded projects, are very much in line with what Mr. Schulze has previously been saying. If you want to do research on sustainability, that's where the funding is. On the other side, if you have funding for research, but what Petra and Mirjana were saying, if that research is not really incorporated or doesn't work together with businesses, there is not that much that can be done in order to apply the new knowledge, because most of the new things in terms of the implementations, they come from also what Nicola was saying, from entrepreneurs, from people who are developing this. Sure. While on the third side, you have policymakers. So if I may present just some of the things that I have been involved in a way how Norway has been implementing sustainability and digitalization in smart cities, but also in specific areas. So, for example, there is a nationwide roadmap for smart and sustainable cities that tries to promote collaboration between municipalities, so the real problems that exist in the local governments, and businesses and academia. So what they have done is they got together people who are working in smart cities, in sustainability and similar aspects, and then created the roadmap together with researchers, together with governmental bodies. That roadmap is serving in order to show the main cultural values, the main ways in which Norway, together with the European Union, it's the same level of values, wants to build up the economy and all of the applications. Then those who have been developing the roadmap, they have set like a challenge or a competition. So this is one very example way of implementing sustainable solutions in practice. This competition had two stages. The first stage of competition was an invitation to cities, municipalities, and even very small islands. Many of those have been really heavily involved in blue economy. Those municipalities had to say what are the main problems that they have, what are the main challenges that they have. Those challenges have been picked by a board that consisted of governmental bodies, but also engineers, researchers, etc. And then some of those challenges have been then set out as a challenge for companies, for entrepreneurs, to come up with digital solutions, with solutions in general that would help overcome some of those challenges. Many firms have actually engaged in this competition and brought up some very inventive new solutions for companies. For example, the winning solution really deals with a very small island in a coastal Norway, northern part of Norway that has an issue of losing population or people moving out, which is something that I, as a Dalmatian, know a lot about, and we are aware of these issues. So you can, what I want to say in this is that the KPIs, so really working on how to implement it in practice is what will, in my view, move things forward the fastest if we do it in a structural and very concrete way. I hope that some of the things that Mr. Schulze has previously explained, that's really something that you see in Norway on every aspect, even when you are buying a car. We are the country with most electrical cars in the world. Even there, you see that everything is really made in such a way that it promotes sustainability. It promotes the long-term goals that Norway has.
Of course, and this is all based on so-called basic assumptions of the society, and this is that you cherish the values. You mentioned culture, so that is about the culture. What about Croatia? What about our promises to tourists? It is also basic assumption. In example, we had for some time a title saying small country for big vacation. It is a promise actually, isn't it? It means that when you come as a stranger to Croatia, you expect a good vacation. And to fulfill that promise, we more and more need to involve digital, more and more need to involve many different aspects of and diversity of industry, diversity of approaches. Where Croatia, so-called Jadranska Hrvatska NUTS region is excelling is the business model innovation. Not so much technological innovation. Historically, we have lost a lot of industry, a lot of producers and real economy, and we are now catching up to move forward. So actually, what do we expect from Croatian economic development in the future? What is our economic structure looking like today, and what do we want it to be tomorrow? Please, Nebojša, can you clarify that area? We don't hear that. Ne čujemo.
Sorry, with this on and off microphone thing, I always forget when it's on and off. When you look by direct share at least of tourism in economy, there are only few European countries. I think Montenegro and Malta are the only ones that have higher share of tourism in their structure. Indirectly, the contribution of tourism is probably significantly larger. There is an old saying, don't put all of your eggs in a single basket, and the same goes when you speak about economic structure. I think here in Dubrovnik we are seeing it quite significantly more than in the rest of southern Croatia. When tourism as such is known for its sensitivity to external shocks. It doesn't have to be a pandemic of this scale. Other Mediterranean countries over past decades have experienced different kind of such shocks that really paralyzed their tourism sector. So in that sense, what we actually, when we look at the Croatian structure, I recently did one kind of analysis comparing it with other Central European countries. We are actually only country in group of new EU member states whose structure was not converging towards that of Western European parts of Europe, but diverging. Whereas everybody is in structure coming similarly to Western Europe, we are actually going the opposite way. And there are several reasons for that. The most important one being that we practically gave up on industry, and that those existing firms in industry actually were for considerable period of past 3 decades left out of global and European production chains. So we are where we are at the moment, which in terms of structure doesn't look really promising in my opinion.
Yeah, sure. So let us try to connect now blue economy to digital to Croatia. What do you feel? What is going to happen in the near future? Are we facing a new time for our region? Are we transforming into something different than we were some 20, 30 years ago? Is it changing us in a way that we are going to profit from it?
That's a hope. Well, it requires the work of all of us, really. I mean, we can hope that there are some positive trends. We have some companies that are, moving in the right direction. But of course, we need to put much more effort from all sides, of policymakers to all of us, from academia, from industry.
Of course.
Yeah.
Nebojša mentioned as one of the pain points, the lack of knowledge flow. A lack of a knowledge flow means a lack of innovation. Let me connect it this way. Because one of the definitions of open innovation is that it is all about a knowledge flow in between our organization, that organization, setting up new assumptions, new possibilities for the market. What about your cooperation with the companies? Are you going with that direction?
Yes, we are clearly going that direction. We need more of this, but I mean, there are some good examples that we have from European projects. For example, I mean, this is not digital and blue economy. It is a blue economy, actually. For example, we have some Horizon projects where we have companies participating inside. For example, they're trying to develop new technological solutions to have increased longevity and quality of the perishable Mediterranean products. So, it's a technology readiness level, which is demonstration, TRL 5. And there you can really see how, the company is so interested, they are co-financing a PhD student to do it. So it's a good example. Then we have a good cooperation with our shipyard, where we are trying, our faculty of electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, naval architecture is trying to build electrical ships together with them. They're working on innovating different, parts of the ships to make them more sustainable. These are types of cooperations that are going in the right directions. And for example, it took us extremely long time to start with these centers of competence that together combine companies and academic institutions. Unfortunately, it took our government 2 years to evaluate the proposals, but now they're there.
I was part of that project. Yeah.
But now they're there. And I think it's an opportunity. It's very challenging to do it, but these are the right models to go ahead. And I believe also the European Digital Innovation Hub is going to be one of such examples. I see a huge learning opportunities.
Who are the partners in this center of competence? Is it university, industry?
University.
Let us illustrate this.
I was mentioning, our University of Dubrovnik is also part, and I know that they have great experience in digital skills, and they're going to contribute. University of Zadar, Polytechnics of Šibenik, but also we have, public entities and some small companies. But I mean, maybe up to the, final call, we will even expand. But the crucial thing is that our role is also to connect local companies here who may not be directly the part, but they can be connected through subcontracting. And so those that already are having, some technological solutions, developing new technologies, they can be put in contact with companies that are in need of such solutions. So, and then all together we are building an ecosystem and learning from our digital innovation hubs that are in other parts of Europe. So for example, we applied for a call now to learn from advanced digital innovation hubs in Western Europe. Because, I mean,
of course,
other countries such as Norway have these great examples, and we can learn from them. So I think that this is an opportunity for Croatia to get involved as soon as possible in these activities, exchange experience, and bring them directly to our companies.
Maybe another important thing would be whether those digital innovation hub can involve international stakeholders that can bring you some completely new windows of opportunity. So you are actually building an international network.
Yes, it's an international network. All of us are going to work together. We will sign memorandums of understanding with other entities, and then we will exchange services. So even if we don't know something, we can connect.
I'm sorry that Minister of Tourism was not here to hear that, because it also opens for her another opportunity to bring another quality of tourism here to make it completely different with a much more added value than we had before. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, we're working on this area as well. For example, there is a Horizon project on cultural tourism. We are making a living lab. Our Faculty of Economics and Tourism is creating a living lab to really, incorporate cultural heritage much more in our products, and working together with all the interested stakeholders.
It's probably an urban kind of living lab, isn't it?
Living lab.
It involves citizens as well as new citizens that come as a part of touristic season.
Yes, and all the important stakeholders there to create really the cultural products that and services that respect the culture, that correctly interpret it, that, and again, it's international because such living labs are created in other countries that participate in this project. And so all these living labs can communicate together, exchange experiences, and, it's also learning experience for us.
As in Star Trek, they would say, space, the final frontier, these are the voyages of our ships, hopefully that are going to reach new opportunities. But what about the digital technology? It allowed us to consolidate otherwise unconsolidated markets. In example, Airbnb allowed to consolidate small providers of hospitality services and to make them more competitive than they were in a position where they didn't, wasn't able to communicate with the final consumers, reach them and bring them home. What about the future of digital technology in the blue economy of our region? What is going to happen here? Are we going to face another round of consolidating otherwise unconsolidated markets? Are we going to face completely new applications? What is going to happen here? What is the future of digital applications regarding your clients, regarding this region?
Okay, yeah. Well, probably the answer is both. Everything will happen to a certain extent. But yeah, what you just mentioned about Airbnb, these are like aggregation platforms, and in every emerging area we will see more and more aggregation platforms. Like Uber is also one of these aggregation platforms. And yeah, so when there is a demand for a certain service, then you get the answer on the market, right? So always, as I mentioned earlier, you have to be exposed to something. Okay, so here we live in on the coastal line, right? We have a pretty nice coastal line, but we are not yet there in terms of facing the digital challenges on how to improve the processes around that area or industry. So actually, in most cases, there are chicken-egg problems. Like first, you have to be exposed to something. To build something, and you must have people to build something, and people must have a certain knowledge to help you build something, and they cannot have that certain amount of knowledge if they were not exposed to something, right? So, but always the answer to the chicken-egg problems is not actually black and white, because we all know that the answer is evolution, right? What was before, chicken or egg? Well, the first thing was probably carbon molecule, or like a single cell organism, right? So, like small steps every day, like long-term process of evolution is the way that you get to some point. Yeah.
Of course, we first have to feel the need for some application or service, and then react and use technology following that.
And ecosystems, like
has to support that kind of action. Have you had any experience cooperating with university, or do you have in a plan to do that?
Yeah. Okay. So we are we are pretty heavily consuming like workforce, like talent pool from the local universities. So we, at some points at time, we are like quite connected with the university. We are trying to collaborate, but sometimes, well, there was that question. Is it something that came spontaneously, or there is like, well, or you need some sort of help or money injection? I would say both, right? So sometimes you need a push, sometimes you need like a good framework to do that.
Is the framework only thing that you lack? Do you lack money as well? Would you feel more comfortable if there would be some kind of venture capital opportunity investor to bring you up? Or are you satisfied with your organic growth?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing actually in Croatian market. So when we look into like pretty developed societies, there you have these ecosystems where you have money, you have talent, you have ideas, and money helps the talent to develop the idea to achieve the to hit the market faster, right? Yeah. So of course, if you miss any of these elements, you will be slower on the one side. So yes, in Croatia, we mostly miss that capital part. We well, let's say that in the past few years, it was first time that we heard these huge numbers, you know, like investments bigger than 1 million of something which is like pocket money that any startup in Silicon Valley gets on a white paper, you know, like so. I mean, it's not like that, but it's almost like that.
Yeah, I know.
So,
I've been in that shoes, and I think that we lack the amount, the quantity that can really push us globally, not locally, but globally. Yeah. And so I think that Klaus was addressing that problem, and I hope that European Union will going to soon offer even to us that kind of connection and services. So basically, Petra, you come from both worlds. You understand both worlds. What is your opinion on what to do in a blue economy? I'm meaning the economy of Jadranska Hrvatska, from your perspective of probably tourist with a lot of experience as an entrepreneur and a corporate, to bring that all up and to make it more competitive.
Well, so I'm not an expert on tourism in the end, but I'm a heavy consumer of tourism in that sense. And I think what you always have to do is put yourself into your customer's shoes in order to say, what experience do they expect? Why should they come exactly to your region? And what is it that would really excite them somehow? But not only in the way of asking them, what do you would like to have? Because as already Henry Ford quite some time ago realized that you should not ask people what they want, because otherwise we just would have faster horses, but no motor car. And Steve Jobs did the same in the end. If you just ask people what do you want, sometimes they just don't know what they want. And so good innovation, doesn't matter whether it's in tourism or not, but tourism is so really on the basic of human positive, exciting needs. Yeah? So it's not a basic thing, but that's how you can excite people when they have a great holiday. So you have to somehow predict what they might want to need, what might excite them, and what could be the thing that puts the sparks into the eyes of the people coming to your region. And reducing completely what is troublesome somehow, if there is some traffic jam at the borders, or having to check into a hotel, not finding it, having some polluted beaches, whatever. So of course you need to solve the problem, which minimizes your experiences. But for this real exciting part, you have to be more than asking your customers and your tourists. So there you really have to try out things. What might it be that is exciting them, and also copy it also from other industries and from other trends, where you see okay, what is it that people are looking at or trying to emphasize in other industries? How can we put that into tourism? So I'm, as mentioned before, this ecosystem, not only in your core area, let's say, but bringing in new perspectives from other industries, from other countries. That's the smart and enthusiastic part of digitization, that these cooperations and co-creations are possible. And combining that and also putting in these different perspectives can start building completely new things. And of course, there will be the one or the other exciting idea nobody will want to have. So also things from Steve Jobs, not everything was a success, but that's what you have to do in order to progress. Otherwise, you're always just improving a bit what you're doing. Yeah. If you want to really jump, you need something completely new.
So basically, you suggest making more interaction with the tourists, making yes. more interaction with the users. Blue economy is not only about tourism; it's also about fishery, it's about agriculture, exactly. It's about yep. high technology that we already meet here, and all of them needs to be more interactive. Somebody mentioned smart city as a concept. There is also smart region, smart island, smart village as a resonating concepts that are applicable to the region we are currently sitting in, and that is, I feel, most important way for all of us in Croatia to go to. And for that reason, I would like to ask Nebojša now to give his final word about how he feels the Croatia should develop, Croatian, Jadranska Hrvatska should develop in a near future. What is the strategic macroeconomic tendencies and directions that he would see would present the most necessary to develop in a better competitiveness way? Nebojša, please.
Sorry, again, on-off issue. Yeah. Well, we need to discern between two issues here. The main policy narrative and the focus and what is actually happening in the field. When we talk about policy and the main course of activities, then we are still heavily embedded in tourism. And this can happen as a curse, but also at the same time as a blessing, because tourism can be driving wheel on which we can relate these other sectors and use it as a building stone. What is another problem when we talk about blue sectors which should embrace solutions from green economy and integration in green value chains? There are several ongoing projects that we at the University of Dubrovnik are working, and in all, like with fisheries, oyster producers and others. What always strikes me as very concerning and biggest limitation is that they all are actually positioned very low in these green value chains. So we need to build their competencies when they express their needs. These needs are actually, they are still not at the stage where they need actual digital solutions or advanced technological green solutions. So we need to increase sophistication of their production to make them actually capable to benefit from this. At some point, it's like you land down space shuttle in the middle of desert. What they are going to do with it, you know? So we need to increase that part. What on another hand, what really I see as potential and what makes me really happy is what colleagues in Split are doing, what we in Dubrovnik are doing, for example, on areas of application of artificial intelligence in blue economy, autonomous or remote controlled vehicles, submerged devices that are helping in cleaning pollution problems and various other areas. So there is definitely potential, but this potential is happening, I would say, out of the focus of main policy. There are a couple of very useful initiatives. One of these initiatives is Blue Dig. Leandra made a very good remark in her opening speech about one of the biggest problems that I would say in Croatia particularly, but in other new member states, entrepreneurs are facing, and that is uncertainty. And this is where these digital hubs are actually have potential to make greatest value added. I would underline once again, financing, I would say, is not the first problem. It's not even among top 3 problems, because if you have a good idea, there is a way to find finance today. It is this part of encouraging people to go reduce uncertainty and making them face less risk. And this is where these initiatives have potential to happen.
Yeah, great follow-up to what Petra has said as well, you know, greatly articulated, and I agree completely with you that it is about HR. It's about human resources and human relationship, which makes different networks, bringing new technologies, etc., etc. So Mirjana, please tell us, what about a big organization? What would be your advice? How to help big organizations to foster innovation, to foster new technologies, especially digital one, and to find applications that would be helpful not only for that organization but also for the society. Mirjana, please.
I would say there are 3 points from my view that are really, really important. First of all is to invest in your people, to skill them to be able to participate in the innovation and in the new process, to be able to make the most out of new technologies or also new applications that you implement. And then the second point is, it was not discussed that much here in the panel. I think there should be really an emphasis on new services and new products. We are building and maintaining infrastructure since 150 years, and also we are asking ourselves, are there other products and especially services that are not the services we are providing now, that we're not even thinking about providing, that there would be a need and we have the right resources in our organizations to provide this. For example, my colleagues at the customer transportation really took an issue how our luggage is handled in the trains and thought about new innovative ideas there. And that also brings me to point number 3, which I think is very, very important, to radically change your view and put yourself in the shoes of your customer. And this is basically what Petra was saying. Really to understand how is your customer thinking, and especially also how is your customer feeling, which is, I think, a key issue when you're going on a vacation, which is such a huge part in Croatia. And also then you come up with new ideas, what kind of services and products your customers will need, that you not even at the moment providing, or that were not a specialty of your organizations since the last 100 years.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. It seems that we are quite heavily involved in so-called postmodernistic time, where no single truth is there. There are many truths. There are many values offered to the social networks, and it is quite good to know that large organizations are being aware of that they are changing themselves, and that means that they are changing their organizational assumptions and culture. For that reason, I would like to ask Matilda, from your perspective, you are living in Norway, you are communicating with the economy there, you are very well aware of what a blue economy is. How do you feel things are changing from last 20 years, and where do you see Croatia right now, Jadranska Hrvatska? Where are we going to end? I was asking Matilda that.
Thank you. I would put that back to the introduction that Nebusha has made about the importance of competitiveness. And I would put a question to all of us that really it is without any doubt that we have to increase competitiveness at a small level, at the level of firms, in order to move forward to the level of local economies and national economies and the European Union in general. The question that really will be very important in my view for the future is the way in which we will employ artificial intelligence, in the ways in which we will curb artificial intelligence. And I'm coming back to what Nebusha was saying in the beginning, and that Mr. Schulze has mentioned partly. Do we really see the future in the same way that Silicon Valley sees it? What we know for sure is that in the last couple of months, it's been going on for years, but in the last couple of months, the European Union and European Parliament has very clearly stated that the use of artificial intelligence in European Union, in Europe, must be based on different grounds than what is currently done in the US or in China. So the future is in digitalization. I am bringing back again this importance of competitiveness, but it's also very much in the way in which Croatia, Austria, all of the other European countries, including Scandinavia, will see the way in which we will build the competitive advantage. Do we really want to be following what Google is doing? Do we really want to give our data to entities that are not under control of government? In Norway, there is very much that is happening in terms of the implementing new solutions, implementing artificial intelligence. How we as citizens are going to live in the future of Europe very, very much depends on which values do we take now, which stance do we take now for the future of our children living in the artificial intelligent world. So we have to find our way in which we Europeans will have the artificial intelligence European way rather than the Chinese or American way.
Yeah, sure. And that brings us back to the values of the society, which we are not going to tackle right now. I have a question from the audience, which is actually a reiteration of what we have been speaking about, and I would like you, Matilda, to stay on a screen. How can we upskill and reskill our maritime workers toward these digitalization and avoid skilled workers emigration and in other countries? You can say something about it from Norwegian perspective. I think that you also faced similar problems in the history. How did you manage to keep those people within the Norway?
What we see, which is not different than in other countries, it's maybe a little bit more implemented, but what we see is a shift going from one type of jobs to another type of jobs. So we see that jobs that have been mainly manual, the jobs that do not require any transfer of knowledge, as we have been speaking here, they have been affected by digitalization. They have been affected by new ways in which artificial intelligence has been used. But at the same time, artificial intelligence has actually helped improve the sustainability, helped improve the fishery industry. Salmon here has been a really important source of future growth. It has also helped protect the environment. In particular, the knowledge or artificial intelligence has been used in deep water excavations of oil in order to reduce the impact that it has on the environment. So there are two sides of the story. On one side, you see loss of jobs that do not require lots of knowledge, and that's the same in Austria. You can apply it in probably any other aspect of society. While on the other side, we see the gap in posts or knowledge where we need to apply the ability to learn from the data, the ability to use and develop new solutions. So what we will see is a seismic shift of people going from one type of jobs to another type of jobs, but still staying within the industry. So the way in which developing blue economy in the future, I would see would help, is really in improving the knowledge, working together, and then developing our own ways in which we want to solve, we Croatians, in which way we want to solve our own path for the future. How do we see, what Petra was saying, how do we see our competitive advantage in tourism? How do we see our competitive advantage in fishery, in shipbuilding, etc.? Those things have to be not copied from the US or any other. We have to develop our own, because that's one thing that I would say that I feel here in Norway. They have really Scandinavian values, and they stick to those values. They really keep those values at the core of any decision making that is done in any area of the life of society, government, etc.
Thank you so much, Matilda. Thank you, everyone, for being with us. There is Nicola still with me instead of his final words. We are going to surprise you with something that you didn't expect. Join us while we go around the center with our mobile phone, showing you one particular great application that is connected to tourism, that will demonstrate how here we in Split are taking care of connecting technology to knowledge, to tourism, to blue economy, etc. Have a great day and stick with us, please. Nicola, shall we go?
Yeah, let's go. I'm masked and ready.
Bye-bye.
Thanks to all. I have to rush to another meeting. Pleasure talking with you.
So, yeah, hi. I hope that you can see us. Let me switch the camera. So, yeah, this is a Spinit incubator. It's a business high-tech incubator. We here have a high-tech lab. I don't have keys now, but we have hardware labs here. 3D printing. Yeah, 3D printing, laser cutters, and things like that. So, yeah, we have some food. So whoever is able or close can come to enjoy a lunch break with us. We will go up. So yeah, everyone is joining us. So the business incubator was developed through structural funds. It is run by university. It's a separate legal entity, a small company. The investment was around 20 million kunas, and we are now on the first floor. I also don't have a key, but I hope that someone will let me in. So it's a surprise. This is the reason why I don't have keys. Next time, we'll plan this more. Hello. Hi, Dan.
Hi.
So you see this is the first floor. Basically, a number of offices here and meeting rooms. And I'll just show you quickly. We recently signed a contract with 11 companies. And one of those companies is run by Dan.
Hello.
Hi, Dan.
Hi.
I see that you're already at home here.
Yes, I'm at home here.
So, Emmy, could you, I will record and you can have a discussion with Dan.
This is my first time with Dan, and he suddenly introduced me with his solution. That is, let me bring that back. That is solving an issue with a coastal part of Croatia, yes. And brings tourists there to introduce them to beaches, yes. Particularly.
So we developed the application for digitalization of Croatian coast, And in this moment, we have digitalized about 20% of Croatian coast. Till the season, we are planning it to be 100%.
It is Playa. The name is Playa.
Yes, Playa.
Everyone can download it.
Yes,
from the market.
App is already on the market. It's available for Android and iOS devices. And I can proudly say that at this moment, the app is already downloaded at all continents, in more than 47 countries, and more than 2,000 downloads in less than 2 months.
It's a free to
Yes, it's free to use. And we, in cooperation with tourist boards, we make digitalization of Croatian coast.
Okay, how do you grow? How do you finance yourself?
First business model is B2G. So first work with tourist boards, and in second level will be additional marketing that will be available to that with private businesses.
Why would I want to download it? Why would I want to?
Because the most common question is reason is where is the beach? In more than 80%, and more than 80% of all travels are during the season, during the summer season. And the answer, where's the beach? If you ask a receptionist or tourist board, you will get it with a paper map. Yeah. This is a unique application that shows you only the beaches, and the most important thing, you can use it offline. So you can be on the beach, you don't have internet, there's no problem. You can go on the next beach with our app.
We couldn't have a better example than this to show how digital can be connected to tourism, therefore with a blue economy, and how it can certainly be useful to a tourists or travelers through Croatia. I wish you all the best, and I think that this one is only the first among many applications of digital technology to what is needed to improve Croatian touristic competitiveness. Thank you so much for having us here and showing us the real case. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
More than 2 million downloads in the next periods. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day. Bye.
Bye. So, Emir, are we announcing the coffee break now, or?
Yeah, please. We are leaving our friends to work further, and we are moving downstairs for a coffee break. Thank you for being with us, and I hope to have.
And see you,
in half an hour.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, something like that.
Bye.
See you. Bye.
Jeste mi ih na ekran stavili? Možete mi dati signal? Možete mi dati znak? Hi, hello, welcome back to our next session, digitalization in tourism sector. We have already discussed parts of that topic, but what is next to come is going to extend our awareness of possibilities. So let me present speakers. Urška starts, which is a Chief Innovation Officer in Actor Limited from Slovenia, is going to say something about Tourism 4.0. Is it similar concept to Industry 4.0? Why 4.0? Why tourism? We are going to hear all about that. Next, we will hear about environment-based destination branding and technology from Carlo Bustin. Carlo, hi. Haven't seen you for a long time. I'm so happy to have you here. And I'm very much looking forward to hear what Ericsson Nikola Tesla is preparing for the future of tourism. Next will be digital solutions as support to sustainable tourism by Daniela Garbin Pranicevic, Associate Professor from Split University. Hello, Daniela.
Hello, everybody.
Great to have you here with us. And the last one will be using web analytics to grow business by Danilo Trebješanin, Lokastic Limited, Croatia. Happy to hear something from the first hand from SME, I suppose, that is born here in Croatia. So let us begin with Tourism 4.0. Please extend our knowledge, our expectations from the future, and tell us something about this version. New version of tourism.
Thank you very much for the words. I am very honored to be with you today and to hopefully inspire you with the projects that we are running. I will just share my screen if you so. Can you see it?
Yeah, thank you so much. We have it. Okay,
so here we go. Before I start talking about tourism, just 2 sentences about Arctur. Arctur is, we say, almost 40 years old startup with very innovative spirit, a lot of R&D running. We are the largest private-owned HPC provider in Central European, Central and Eastern Europe, specialized in bringing these complex technologies to SMEs. And as you already addressed it, yes, it is connected to Industry 4.0, as Arctur has many years, a long track record of experience in bringing these technologies from Industry 4.0 to small and medium-sized enterprises. And a few years ago, so we had nothing to do with tourism, but a few years ago, we started to think, where can we share this knowledge, these experiences, where can we bring this added value in, and this is how we bumped into tourism. But before starting talking about our projects, I just want to show you 2 main points that we are addressing and we want to change with this new approach to Tourism 4.0, in which we use technologies, but for the purpose of quality of life of local residents. So the first thing that we did is that we put in the center the local residents, local community, and the quality of life of them, and all other stakeholders around them. Why is this important? To avoid, now with COVID is another situation, but before that we are talking about over-tourism, you know, just remember Venice, remember Barcelona. So this is the reality that we don't want. This is what we started to change already 3 years ago. And another point is, if we talk to tourism, why it's so important to bring these technologies to this sector is because we have below those who really build tourism, who really are the actors of these experiences, and above is a kind of cloud, you know, many platforms that are somehow managing what is happening in tourism. But those who are, you know, really doing tourism are not using these technologies. So the profits and the data remain in these clouds and are not shared, you know, with the real world of tourism. And this is what we are trying to change. Again, I'm connecting to the thoughts that were discussed before, not in Japanese, not in American way. We want to do an European answer to that. Very shortly, we are running many projects on. This is on the TRL Scala. I don't know if everyone is aware what is this about. This Scala just helps to understand in technology development at which stage of development something is. So we have projects running from the very beginning with the first ideas to the prototypes, and we have done demo pilots running with largest tourist service providers in Slovenia. We have projects in the Black Sea, on Danube, and more projects also with cultural heritage that I will address at the end. Just to show you the whole spectrum of bringing from the first ideas to the bringing these ideas to the real, prototype to the market. What are we doing? Shortly, because we have short time, just to give you some insights. As I said, in tourism, data is very important, and what we are trying to do is to bring this data to the level below, to those who really are acting in tourism. So we try to put all this data in this collaboration platform, many data, and then we have pillars with which we try to bring services. This is more on, I would say, on system level. It's more for destinations, for countries at first step, to first measure what is the impact of tourism. This is tourism impact model, to understand the tourist flows, then to create new incentives, this collaboration impact tokens, about how to bring tourists from destinations which are already overcrowded to others. I will address this in next steps. And then also how to use data, personal data, in an European way. Very shortly, before I start presenting our tools, just for you to get an idea, what is one of the main problems in tourism is that, we are all tourists. Everyone thinks, I know something about tourism because I was a tourist. But this is not always the case. And this is just one of examples that we are taking from the tourism impact model that I will show later. Here you see one example, for example, that we have total amount of waste in a destination where the population in Slovenia is a very popular destination. Everyone knows this. I just want, like, we have UNESCO heritage site. And we have, in summer, in peak season, we have daily visited up to 8,000 per day. So there are many visitors coming, not staying, but still a lot of people coming to this area. So what do you think? Your personal opinion, just like without thinking too much. This is the total amount of waste. What do you think? How much waste are produced by tourist providers? So much, or so much? So we were just, random. What we think, these are the lines. What do you think? Just one. Consider, and when you see the real data, this is the real data. If I think of many tourists, my personal opinion without dealing with data is they produce all that waste, so they do so much harm to the destination. At the other side, when we put the data and do mathematics and think that people who are living there all year, they are living 365 years per year, then is another, it is this, I would say, objective picture of the reality is completely different. And this is why we developed TIM, Tourism Impact Model. This is, we are very proud of it because we received an international award in Spain last November. With TIM, we are trying to bring this real data in tourism. So not like decision making like this and just something what I think. No, bring real data, measuring like more than 300 indicators, like defining the location, mapping the data sources, then a very complex questionnaire, like this, like with 5 categories, including also collaboration, because we believe that in tourism, maybe in this moment a destination is doing well, but if the destination is not collaborating with stakeholders, local stakeholders, also national stakeholders, and so on, this is not good on long term. So we tried really to include the picture of all indicators that play an important role, put it in a system where many data inputs are put together, not only quantitative, also qualitative, and then the system produces automatically generated report, with one of the main, just to show you shortly, one of the main resumes of the situation is, this is our destination character chart, representing on one side the resource consumption, and on the other side benefits. So we put all this, 100,000 data in together and trying to understand where is the destination now. So we have 4 different categories, main categories. We have exploiters, champions, sleepers, and misusers. This is how we call them. And everyone wants to be the champion. But in these quadrants, we have, this destination gets 1 position. And in this position, we have 1 more level, understanding how is the situation of the destination as a whole. Not of tourism in destination, but this destination has a middle, like let's say it's a middle level, and the tourism can be like very positive or negative. Just to understand how is the role in the whole picture of the destination of the tourism, how to see the impact. Then putting the data in, the system helps you to understand which the decision, because putting the data in the system, one puts the data for the current year and estimations for the next steps. What are the plans? And then on this data, one can get a real picture is where bringing you these decisions you in next steps. Is this the right way to go, or maybe consider and put other decision and go in other directions? One more important thing is how precise, how accurate are the data, because we know if you get a very nice picture, you are champion and everything is green, but if you put in the data which are measured somehow, this is not the real picture. Again, for all the questions, we are asking also how the data are, how precise, how frequently, what is the accuracy, to really understand. Maybe now we have a picture, but the data accuracy is low. It's just the first step, because what we want to do is, in few years, would be great that we get that tourism impact model is getting the data automatically from data sources, so that we are not doing this and compiling the questionnaire, but go in direction where this will go in an automatic way. What do we want to change? Again, so when taking decisions about strategic, important decisions about investments in different air destinations, team helps to give this objective picture of the reality, not something like this. Very shortly addressing other pillars that we are doing, as I mentioned, tourist flows. Why is this important to understand? This is an example of Slovenia, how the tourists move, where do they stop when they go to Croatia or they go back from Croatia home. No, this is very important for Slovenia to understand. So we are developing in these directions many different, I would say, data sets, combining, trying with mobile data, of course, and to understand where then are, or not only understand, but foresee where will be the red zones, not COVID red zones, but where too many tourists will be in a specific moment, and then to take the right decisions how to change that. And one of is this collaboration impact token. This is a blockchain-based solution which changes value in time and place depending how the zone is, like how the location is in a specific moment. It means if you have these tokens, if the location is already red, these tokens have no value, or the value is very low. If you want to bring people in places where there is not so much crowd, the value of this token rises. And in this way, we can then try to incentive tourist flows to go to spread around. Very, very shortly is how we want to address the relation, how to use the private, the data related to our private data. Is our approach is that against the approach that using the mobile, the big platforms who are following us, chasing us, and trying to give us advertising and all the information based on few information that they have about us, and all the rest is just something that they think that they know, that we do otherwise. That somebody, like the person puts his preferences in a system, and then when it comes to for example, the location, to the hotel, decides for example, I can come in the one hotel, the same place once as a businesswoman, the week later with my family, 1 week later again with my friends. So it's the same hotel, but I come with 3 completely different expectations that I would like to get from the personal. And as the data are not shared from big platform to the hotels, for example, this is the way that the person decides how long and which kind of data will be shared, and then allow the location, the tourist service providers to create experiences where really fits to my needs. So this is so much about our main pillars. Last but not least is Living Lab. We are creating a Living Lab in Slovenia within one of our projects, where we want to put all these crazy technologies in a place to test them, to allow hotels to train their staff, to allow politicians to come to a place and understand what kind of decisions are they taking without knowing, because for all of us these things are new. And we want to create a place where, like a sandbox, where everyone can, students, universities, and everyone who are collaborating with, can train there and try, and errors, are welcome, and it's not a problem. Because if you put a room with new technologies in a hotel where the real guests are there, then every error or every mistake is a problem. Just ending with, because tourism is not only about technologies, tourism is mainly about experiences, about actually what the tourists are living in destination, are learning. We also have a very strong program called Heritage Plus, in which we are digitalizing in an innovative way cultural heritage, just to inspire you. This is Slovenia, but for all countries, all the same. This is a registered immovable cultural heritage. So each of these spots, we believe, is like a diamond that we can take and create out of it a new tourist experience. These are hidden diamonds, because most of these places are some ruins, something from the history. What we are trying to do, and it's a very big project running in Slovenia right now, founded by the country, where major destinations got founded to digitize 3 of these spots that I showed before, but not only digitize and put them somewhere in some archive and forget about them, to create out of them new tourist experiences. So digitize, yes, put them in the archive if something happens, fire or whatever, and these places get destroyed. But again, bring these things into this digital world, because we believe that it's our, of all of us here, it's a mission that we should take, or a challenge that we should take. While we are still living somehow between the physical and digital world, we know that young generations are living, in digital world. And how can we bring from this physical, all this century of history of our roots in this new world, for not creating a world with some, Pokemons and invented stories? This is the challenge now, and this is what we are trying to do it, and invite all of you, to join, to use technology, to bring this what we are in this digital world, and this is what this Heritage Plus is about.
Thank you so much, Urška.
Thank you very much. And everyone, we have a Tourism 4.0 partnership. Everyone is welcome, free and no obligations to join us and to share ideas and inspire. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Urška, very much. It was a great presentation. I learned a lot about how you approach to tourism. We can all learn from your example. And now let's move on to environment-based destination branding and technology by Carlo. Carlo Agustin, would you join us?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry. I'm here with you. I don't know if you have my video. So just one thing to understand. I understood that you will be sharing my presentation, but no problem. Let me just, if I need to share it myself, I can do it. I don't have it ready. This is the only reason.
Please do it. I see that we do not have it ready.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I didn't prepare. So give me just a few seconds. Okay. So while I'm searching for the presentation, let me just briefly introduce myself. So my name is Carlo Agustin. I work at Ericsson Nikola Tesla, which is a let's say standalone company with the biggest individual shareholder in Ericsson. So we're basically divided in two parts: telecom, which is standard Ericsson business, but then we also have this what we call ICT for industry and society. Me personally, I drive a unit, or I had a unit that is focused on using IT in the way to manage environment, or to, let's say, reduce the impact on the environment coming from either smart cities, industry, also including tourism, but then also in environment protection. Having that said, so my presentation will be focused on, or actually, let's say, what I was thinking is, okay, what's going on with our tourism, and how strong will an impact of climate change, how strong this impact can be on Croatian tourism, or is there an impact, and then what can we do by using technology to really position and brand ourselves as environment-friendly destination. Let's put it this way in short. So this is a brief intro to my presentation, and now let me share my screen. Sorry for this, some technical difficulties. As soon as the presentation starts. Okay, so can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. This one. So you have my screen now?
Yeah, I see myself.
And the present. Yes. Okay, one more second. Okay, now you should see the presentation,
Great.
right?
Yep.
Let me put it full screen. View. Sorry, guys, full screen mode. Okay. So let's start. So as I said, the presentation is about, environment and technology as carriers of tourism development, potential for destination branding. So to put first the things into the big picture, as we looked in the past, the topics in the tourism and what was going on, it was really hard to find too much emphasis on climate change, environment protection, and similar topics. However, last year on the World Economic Forum in Davos, you could see quite strong messages that actually said that, as it says here, climate is striking harder than ever. And then if you look through the timeline, coming from some risk factors starting in 2007, you can easily see in the green, those are like those environment factors. And you can see that this topic is coming up here in 2011, but now, last year, it was clearly said that actually almost 50% of risks in terms of impact and likelihood are coming from environment topics. You can easily see that it's bigger than weapons of mass destruction or cyber attacks or some other fears that we might have and that we are thinking about in the business area when we think about the risks. So what I wanted to say here, it's definitely something that will hit us sooner or later. And then also tourism, we're wondering, what can be done for tourism and what does it mean for Croatia? So on one side, It's clear that, you know, warmer temperature, warmer sea will definitely make some changes in tourist seasons, maybe moving the season longer into the autumn, or maybe starting earlier, whatever happens. And then we're wondering, you know, what should Croatia do about this? So if you think and look at what actually foreign media say on Croatia, and if you see different articles, it's always nature, you know. It always shows either Plitvice or, you know, some other national parks, and people are always talking, you know, that they're coming here for the nice blue sea and pristine nature. At the same side, if we look at some really, this is like a questionnaire that the Institute for Tourism performs every year, and then you can see that, sorry, this is in Croatian, I couldn't find an English screenshot. But what it says actually, you know, all of those topics in blue are related, activities related to the nature. And then also in top 10 activities that people perform in Croatia, 5 are closely related to clear nature and clear environment. So what I was asking myself is, can we brand our Croatia as a destination based on nature and environment as main topics and main advantages? So next thing was, you know, so let's assume that the answer is yes, and then we started thinking, okay, what can we do with IT in this area? Is IT actually relevant? Well, you know, today, when you're having this conversation through this video meeting, you know, it's quite straightforward, but if we talked a few years ago, I'm quite sure that there will be a lot of arguments both for and against. But it's quite clear. If you look at those numbers, you can see that, let's say, it used to be 44, now up to 55% of people are, you know, searching for information on the internet. Quite expectable, you know. But what's even more important, if you look at where they find this information, we can see quite strong trends. We can see, you know, that social media used to be #1, and now if you look at the last year, you can see that social media is slowly going down. You know, at the same time, online tourist agencies, this is another topic with all of those, their fees and everything are going up, so more and more people are using online tourist agencies. It's clearly that technology is very relevant. But coming to my point, those are websites of Croatian tourist agency and local tourist agencies. You can see that actually number of people going to those websites for information is decreasing, especially at the seaside, which is also the strongest tourist area in Croatia. So my conclusion is that, you know, it's either that those websites don't have relevant information, which I, you know, doubt, because they're at the destination, they know what's happening, where it's happening, so the information should be correct and high quality. And then the other thing that's coming to my mind, that it's not interesting, you know, maybe it's too static and so on. So this is where we see definitely opportunity both for the country investing in IT to use environment for branding, but also for maybe some local government or even for hotels, camps and similar providers of tourist services. At the same time, if we look at the strategy, tourist development strategy, and so we used to have the one that was up until 2020, and now the new one is in the blueprint, I think still up until 2030. There's quite strong trends that we can see. Both IT and environment, or let's say climate adaptations, are being brought to the first rows, and this is something that plans to be, at least in this strategic document, it seems that this will be definitely addressed by the central government or by the Ministry of Tourism or whoever will be working on top of this strategic direction. So I would say that this is a good thing. It's showing positive trends, and this is definitely something that we plan to build on. So I didn't say it in the beginning. I will not bother you with our applications, too much technology. I just wanted to give a more general strategic overall view on what can or how looking in two directions, as I said, how important environment and climate is for Croatian tourism, and is there anything that technology can do? So as I said, now coming to the technology part, this is very high level, this is very visionary, topics and what the technology can do. But for you that might not be aware, there is this whole Ericsson research part, which is a global organization focused both on technology but also on the market. So people that are focused on the market, each year they prepare like consumer trends, 10 hot consumer trends as in terms of a report. So 10 hot consumer trends until 2030 are being branded as the Internet of Senses. So now I'd just like to show you a short video, if it's okay, to understand what actually the Internet of Senses is and where can it be applied in the tourist area. As I said, very high level, very visionary, but I think it will be clear to everyone where we're going with this. After the video, I'll go through a few more concrete examples of what we see as a great opportunity for destinations in Croatia, or as Croatia as a destination in general. So let's start with the video. It's quite short, about 2 minutes. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, let me put it full screen. Do you also hear the sound or not?
Please, if you can provide sound, it would be great.
How could I do this? I should put maybe the sound on, sorry, if I put it here, then you might maybe hear it through my... Can you hear it now?
No, I can't. No, we don't have it. Doesn't matter if it's not...
Yeah. It's only music. No, it's not narrative.
Yep. You can help us understand while it runs.
Okay, I can. But, well, basically, but it's better. Let's look at the movie and then then we can go through. There's no narrative in the video.
Okay.
So I don't know if I managed to put some sound on by putting the mic by the speakers, but the general message is actually, next generation internet is coming, and it's going to be Internet of Senses. We will definitely be able to, really get our experiences, whether it's related to tourism or anything else, or some, happenings, sport events or similar, through the internet. This merged reality idea is that actually the border between the physical world and the digital world is getting less and less strong. It loses its strength. Whenever we are out in the either events or if you're visiting the destination, we'll always be using some of the technology. We have our smartphones. You will be Googling around. You will be maybe reading about the destination, whatever. And this is definitely going to change in the future, and it will be bringing both digital and physical worlds closer and closer. So if we allow, the tourists to actually, while they're at home, to really get the feeling of the destination, not maybe now going as far as smelling or really getting the possibility to feel something, even though I'm not really sure that we are very, very far from this kind of technological solutions, it needs to be made, the field for the tourists, that actually this nature in Croatia that's there, this biodiversity or whatever is happening in the nature there, it has to be perceived as something of my own, because if it's perceived this way, either by our tourists or by the local community, then maybe such things as too much waste being generated from a certain destination would not be such big burden for the tourist service providers.
Great.
And then finally, sorry.
Yeah, keep on.
Yeah. So basically, this is what people that are in the environment protection industry, let's say, and also talking to evolutionary psychologists, what they say is, once you have people perceive something as their own, whether it's the destination, and then you perceive yourself after coming 10 years to the same destination that this is something, like your city or whatever, you'll act more responsibly towards the nature. And then finally, saying, if I'm seeing this through the digital world, is this actually real or is it fake? So the technologies should enable each and every tourist that is in the destination, that is using at the same time technology and getting the experience from the real world, it should enable you to also verify that this is real, and then get some kind of traceability and make this reliable information. So, getting closer to the end of my presentation, I'm now going to really concrete examples or ideas what can be done. So, if we're talking about nature, and if you're talking about environmental, whatever you might be interested in the environment to use as a branding, for example, either wind or waves, there is a great example of the such thing in the physical world where you have this, in Zadar you have, what do you call orgulje is, or I don't know the English word. So basically you have an instrument that is being played by the sea moving back and forth, or then this installation with the sun and changing the colors. So what we're saying, this is just one example, but basically all of Croatian cities with the nature as it is, or all national parks, have something very, very unique in terms of environment that can be used for the branding. So how do we do this in Ericsson Nikola Tesla? We have this, what we call connected environment or smart destination branding platform, which enables you to collect the data from various sensors, put it in the central box, do all the analytics that needs to be done, and then pair this information with certain multimedia or some creative content that can later be played or displayed, on different media. For example, we could follow the wind and then change the street lights according to the either wind direction or speed or whatever, and you could really use your existing infrastructure as a destination to connect it with the environment and to make something different. Basically, having this, sea instruments in the virtual world. So, when we talk about biodiversity, Croatia is one of the top countries in EU for the number of species that are still existent in the country. And at the same time, you have DNA analytics and technology, such as environmental DNA, which actually enables you to take a sample of the water or take a sample of the land somewhere, and then by analyzing DNA, you can see, that there was a deer or a bear going through this creek a few days ago or maybe a few weeks ago, and then using augmented reality to really display and bring this species to life. As a tool to promote the destination, to promote the biodiversity in Croatia. This is another way of, really engaging the tourists and showing them something that is completely not visible when we do not use this technology. And then coming to the end of my closer to the end of my presentation, as I said, how should we or how can we help the tourists to actually get this feeling of, okay, this is my destination, this is my environment, and I want to act responsibly towards it, and I want to really learn what there is in this environment, So what we say, okay, you have the tourist in the first phase, being at home, doing the research, educating about the about the destination, or maybe the species that are there, birds, whatever you want, what the interest of the tourist might be. But later on, when the tourist comes to the destination in the physical world, we need to support them, to match those two parts of their journey. So what I'm saying, that we will learn at home, but then later on, as we use, for example, gamification or some applications or similar stuff that the people can use, for example, to find some species in the nature, or to do some measurements, maybe also collaborate with science in the national parks, take some water samples, get the results, really get the feeling of hands-on, in terms of environment in the country. We can have this verification of authenticity. So it's not that I can only at home look at some nice applications to learn about the species in Croatia or to learn about the national parks, but also because someone else used the same technology before me, I can really know that this is real. It's not fake. The bear was really there, or someone could really feel this beautiful nature in certain parts of the destination. So, I mean, we really see this as a journey. We are aware that, just technology for itself, it doesn't really matter much. If we can measure something about the environment and then show the numbers, it doesn't make any sense. We need to put this into the context, and we need to engage our tourists to feel as if this environment was something of their own.
Thank you, Carlo, for your presentation. It is all about creating new social realities. It all started, let me remind you, with the Web 2.0 technology, and now we see where it is heading to. It is very inspiring, it is very dangerous and exciting at the same time. I think that our social mechanisms will develop as long as technology develops to prevent any misuse of this new technology while enjoying all the benefits of it. Thank you so much, and we will need to move fast on to digital solutions as support to sustainable tourism by Daniela Garbin, Associate Professor, University of Split. Please, Daniela. Let's keep in mind that there is a limited time for the presentation so that we do not take time from another session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you here with us, Daniela? I hope you are.
Yeah, Daniela, you're muted. Please, you can unmute yourself.
Yep.
Sorry. Okay.
Hi. We are looking forward to hear what are digital solutions that are going to help us move.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad to be with you. I will be as short as possible. Well, topic of this presentation is digital solutions support sustainable tourism. We are also aware of support technology support tourism, but we are also aware that tourism, which is focus on consumer and demand consumption, it actually sometimes produce not only contribution, but sometimes it produce some bad effects to nature. So that's why concept of sustainability had to over time become a part of tourism development. There are many IT solutions that can support those sustainable tourism, and I will go through some more popular and more used. One of them is are many applications which enable tourism manager to predict visitors and flows of visitors in destination. These actual applications are based on some machine learning mechanism, and they actually collect the gathered data from different sources and enable analyzing those data and make good predictions of future movement in a particular destination. Another solution is environment management information system. It's also useful support in data analyzing, gathering, collecting, and then analyzing with aim to better manage with the whole ecosystem. Geographical information system actually support collecting many geodata, and due to analyze those data, tourism managers can make better plans, more sustainable plans for future development of any destination. Then you can find computer simulation as supports sustainable development in sustainable actually tourism. Actually, it's actually kind of software which enables simulations and different scenarios, and due to such information, responsibilities of any destination, of any tourism or hotel management can think about future strategies and make actually better and more sustainable decisions. Also, applications known as economic impact analysis software also made possible analyzing impacts of some flows and some activities within tourism. Location-based service is also very important, very useful and recognized actually technological support, which actually enable target information to many users, and actually it's possible to receive many information supplied with many sustainable items, and due to that information users can make actually better decision and become more aware of many cultural and natural heritage in destination of their visit. And then intelligence transport systems is also very useful support sustainable tourism. It enable many useful information for destination in terms of traffic information. It supports some optional directions in situation when there are some rush hours or some accident situation on the road. Information management climate is also useful information system which enable monitoring, generating, collecting, analyzing, and distribute climate information. And on the base of that information, destination managers can make a more sustainable strategy than without those information. Also, carbon calculator, it is also useful, actually supports which actually determine carbon emission based on the type and amount of energy consumed. And finally, have to be virtual tourism also have to be mentioned in this review of IT supporting the sustainable tourism. This actually refers on many augmented reality and virtual reality applications, which actually introduce users of those applications with history of particular destination, with with some with cultural heritage, with natural heritage, and it actually enable them and rise their awareness of many sustainable items in destinations. Gamification is also very interesting and recognized IT solution in this story. It is very good and interesting for children, for the young generation, and enable them that within some games actually learn more about some destinations and actually rise their awareness of the importance of many actually values of destinations and some other cultural or natural heritage. There are also many other similar information system with potential to support sustainable tourism. Over time, as each component of information system developed, it means as software, hardware, netware, dataware, hardware developed, the impact of the entire system on and the support of the entire information system to sustainable development. To sustainable tourism will be more and more, and that's actually something what makes us happy. So thank you for attention. I will try to be as short as possible, and I know that after me there is also a very interesting presentation, and so that's actually all for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniela, for this presentation. I recognize some areas where I'm passionate at, specifically gamification, and I'm sure that it will going to draw attention of a touristic sector because it has a tremendous potential in rising motivation and engagement of not only employees in a hospitality industry but also tourists. Tremendous potential. Thank you so much for being with us here today, and we are moving to another topic of a blue economy, and it is a marine and maritime sector. So we are going to see what digitalization can do in this next sector that is so important for blue economy and for this region. So the first one will be digital technology in shipbuilding industry by Teuta Duletic, Managing Director, Metal Shark, Croatia. So please, can you connect her to our session? I hope that she is online. Yeah, we are still waiting. Today with us in studio are representatives of Marine Eye, Croatia, Vedran Jukic. Hello. He is going to speak about autonomous sea surface control system, while Josip Marasovic is going to present a DocMe concept. I'm hardly waiting to hear about it very soon. It's called Blue Transformation through DocMe System. But before that, I wonder if we have online Teuta Duletic. So I suggest that we move on with our studio guests. Vedran Jukic, I hope you have a presentation. We have a presentation of his. Ready? Yeah, there is a control. This is, you have switched it. Could you please? Yeah, I know. Just let's keep me a boss here, let's make me a boss here, you know, just to here we are, Marie and I. Well, please.
My name is and I'm technical lead of this project. It started by me and my colleague Marian Cipcic a while ago. We kind of figured out that we could take a different approach on sea surface monitoring. There are solutions already available which are probably using most popular by using drones or satellite images. We figured out that we could try something different, and we could use like cameras that are placed on, let's say, our own perspective. So we started to investigate on how to do that. Is that feasible? And then we applied to 2 successfully completed projects, proof of concept project. Just let me move on. What we are basically doing is that we are constantly monitoring a sea surface, and we are trying to detect every possible object and classify it as like a different type of boat or a person or pollution and any other object that could be detected. Can I move on? Oh, sorry. Okay. What we have figured out that we could solve with this problem is illegal anchoring, illegal fishing, and coastal devastation.
You already have applied this system to operation?
Yeah, at this point we have 1 unit that has been installed in a city of Trogir near Split. So I'll come to this point
later, of course,
during the presentation. So this is what current prototype looks like. It's a 360 degrees camera, which is actually a combination of multiple cameras that give us 360 degrees photos. And we have modular electronics that can be collects those images and transfers them to a centralized software. And of course, there is an autonomous power supply section of this device. Central software system is collecting the data that is collected from the device and then applies image recognition and real-time analytics. So, because the unit has to be very, very power efficient, and all the processing is done on a central system. This is it would be better if this is on English, but this is our control panel, which gives our operators of the system insights on the data that has been collected and analyzed. As you can see here, we are trying to categorize all the ships, all the vessels that we have detected on the images collected from the device, and we are trying to give analytics on how many different types of vessels have been detected on the
So you recognize the vessel, you classify it, and then you bring the information
to the cloud that can be accessed by system operators.
What else besides the recognition of shape?
So we have plans to detect behavior of ship, but at this point it's just a plan.
So you can connect it to the speed. Example.
The final goal would be actually to identify each vessel as a unique object. and then we could track the position of that vessel in the times during a time period.
Well, great.
Yeah, that would be the final idea. Currently, we are working on an algorithm that could sufficiently enough give us a correct classification, which is it's not easy to do because there are ships of various shapes.
Yes, of course.
It's not like a human face where you assume where you have those points where you can have some kind of identification. Ships are very, very versatile, and it's a very, very interesting, but it's also very
build an algorithm that could accurately recognize certain type of ship.
A ship.
Group it, cluster it.
Exactly.
Cluster analysis.
So we need to identify sailboats, from example, fishing boats, yachts from sailboats, and we are also trying to estimate the dimensions of the vessel on using a 2D perspective, which is also quite challenging.
I believe it is. I believe it is. Okay, so these are unique features of your system.
These are unique features.
Cool, very cool. Is it competitive on a global market? Is there any similar system existing already?
As far as I know, beside the satellite tracking and maybe using the drones, there's no such
a similar system.
Also interesting is that you don't have any kind of commercially available libraries that could detect the type of vessel. So I think if we succeed in doing that, we will be probably among the first that could, with some kind of certainty, identify that is it a fishing boat or a sailboat, and deliver some kind of estimation of dimension by using
Great. Okay.
Just a 2D picture, So just overview. This is actually a presentation that we used for a different purpose, so I don't think this is very relevant. We are using a cloud infrastructure for our central software system, which is very scalable and modular, and allows our users to interact with the system using any kind of internet-enabled device. Regarding the market, as you asked me, we see ourselves as of interest to public sector, to operators of anchorages, not exactly marines, because marines are very structured and organized, and each ship has its own place. But if you look at Croatia coastline, maybe Greek or Adriatic or Mediterranean Sea coastline, there are many anchorages that can be misused, or like people can avoid paying taxes, or they can anchor on a place that they shouldn't. And also monitoring of fish farms, because as we interacted with the owners of some fish farms in Croatia, we've understand that they have it's a big problem of constantly monitoring and securing fish farms.
I believe it is. I believe it is.
Also, scientific institution like maritime institution and oceanography.
Coastal Guard as well, isn't it?
I would say coastal. Probably Coastal Guard because of tracking. Maybe like if we come to that point that we can identify a person
counting traffic wherever you have to.
Exactly. I'll also come to that. We have a cooperation with a company called Lockwood, which is I think a major company on in our waters that is securing and maintaining water maritime passages and all the buoys and all the signal traffic on a marine on a marine surface. So we have a cooperation with them. They have helped us to place our prototype in the city of Trogir, and in talks with them, they see us of interest for applying to a few more other locations where they can gather traffic.
There is a question from the audience for you. So surely a photo would identify the vessel. I think that you have answered this. Just clarify a bit technically, how does it do that? How does your camera, how does your image analysis system do that? So you have a certain visual characteristics of the boat, and then it picks all of that.
We are trying to detect the shape of a boat, and then we are trying to train the model to say, okay, this.
How accurate are you? Have you done some?
At the moment, we are not so accurate. I would say that we have.
You are training the system.
Yeah,
it's a kind of machine learning, or?
I'm not the person who is doing that. We have a colleague who is specialized on doing that. So, from what we are talking internally, we need a large number of data.
This is machine learning,
which we are doing right now. We are gathering those images.
Yeah.
And then
it needs some time to learn, you know. It needs a lot of data, a lot of time to have it. So thank you for clarifying that. This is important.
I would probably in some other presentation of more technically related, I would probably bring more
information. Okay. Cool.
So this is team? It's a core team. We have some more associates. This is our core team.
Great.
So this is me and Marian, also Luca, who is doing computer vision and all the
deep learning, I see.
Stuff, and Goran Radan, which is a master of electronics.
He's building actual cameras.
He's putting all those chips into those small boards and making it all work. These are our current partners. We have supported the project so far. I have to thank them all. So
Thank you for presenting. Is this the last slide?
This is.
Thank you for presenting your really ambitious project, and I hope your machine learning mechanism will work very soon. We will bring actually functioning system. It's kind of minimal viable product right now. Can we call it that?
We are working towards MVP. So
you are
it's
even
still a project that is going on.
Prototype.
It's in
prototype phase. Okay, thank you so much. Let me introduce Danilo Trebješanin from Locastic Ltd, Croatia. He will tell us something about using web analytics to grow business. So how do we use this tremendously large, huge, enormous source of information, source of data to grow our businesses? Thank you for sharing this topic with us. I'm very much keen to hear how you do that.
Thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you all for joining and listening to these amazing presentations. After hearing about machine learning and virtual reality and all other technological advances, I kind of hope my presentation won't be too depressing for you, because I'm going to talk about the actual use of analytics in SMEs. Let me just share my screen. Can you all see now the presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, you can see. Okay. So our topic for today is using web analytics to grow businesses. Just very shortly about me. I'm a lead project manager and partner at Locastic. Have been working as a project manager in various IT projects, among else in tourism, for 7+ years. I have also a master's degree in economics on the Faculty of Economics in Split. Locastic is a digital agency for agile software development. We do UI, UX design and services, prototyping, web and mobile app development, and have also worked for many small, big, and medium clients. So basically, the first thing I'd like to talk about is the fact that the majority of our tourism clients so far, which are usually small and medium enterprises, have had no idea what web analytics are or how they actually work. So that actually means that it's very similar to having a shop, an actual shop, and leaving it in complete darkness, and also not hearing anything, having no audio feedback. So you actually don't have any idea about loyal customers, about your best-selling products. The only thing that you can do is look at, for example, at the end of the month or at the end of the week, which products are missing from the shop when you turn your lights on, and check your sums. Also, I have to mention that a lot of these clients do have high quality products, and they are also profitable businesses, and they do have successful businesses. However, you have to always think about the competition, about new and upcoming tourism agencies, new and upcoming hotels that actually do know how to use analytics and how to use all of that data that you can gather on your website. It's a huge opportunity for each SME to optimize their business, to do new marketing, to use new marketing tools. And also, you can, as we also mentioned before in these presentations, new generations and younger people have different online behavior and patterns from older generations. Also, I would like to point out that for some of these tourism clients, their main source of income or their main sales funnel was their website. And even when you take that into consideration, they still didn't know how to use analytics. However, I want to point out that using analytics, especially today, is not hard. It's not difficult. You don't really need to be a machine learning expert. You don't really need to know everything about big data analysis. Even basic knowledge and setup, which is shown on the screen, is something that will give you a lot of information. Let's give a usual example where you have, for example, a WordPress website. It's enough to just copy paste like a Google Analytics ID onto your WordPress site, and you get a lot of info just for that basic step. What you can find out about your visitors is demographics, about their age and gender. You can find about their interests, about their technology, about their content. So actually a lot of stuff that if you were running a non-digital, analog shop, a lot of these things you can find out by just talking to your customers or giving out some surveys or in any other way, but you have to find a different solution to find out that info if you're running a digital store. Also, there's a lot of really easy blogs and video tutorials to show how to set up these things, and they are mostly free. So let's think about that analogy of running a shop. The same way you optimize your shelves, the same way you write out your brochures and think about the aspects and position of things in your brochures and newsletters, you can also in the practically same way optimize your web shops and your digital marketing efforts. So also when we talk about tracking user activity, we can go from very simple stuff to very complex stuff. You can, of course, just set up a basic tracking tool, and you can check your acquisitions. You can place small scripts on different elements on your website and track different events. So based on triggers of those events, you can see different conversions and goals. There's also more advanced stuff, like, for example, you can track everything that a user is clicking on the screen, how he's moving his mouse, what he's typing, etc. Of course, I'll talk a bit more about that later. This is aggregated data, so you don't really actually know who exactly that user is. You don't have private data, and typing things, for example, in search is also anonymized and hidden. You can't really know who is looking for what. You can also set up different funnels. So this is very important. For example, if a guest comes to your hotel website, he goes to reserve a room, reserve some accommodation. If he, for example, leaves the funnel just before paying for his room, you can track that behavior. You can later send him a newsletter, send him a mail, even create special discounts just for that one exact user. Today, UX or user experience is super important. If you, I'm sure all of us have used, for example, Airbnb, you can notice that they listen a lot to the feedback from their users. They track behavior of users on their website, and they're very quick to fix different UX issues that occur on the website. This is a very important topic and very important screen after I've talked about tracking user and tracking their data. So none of these options really need to go against GDPR. It's true that today it's a bit more difficult to obtain data, especially if you really are following all of the things that GDPR prescribes. So you do need more effort, you do need more original content, you can't really spam people anymore, you can just collect the things without people knowing it. Honestly, my personal opinion is that this came a bit too late, or maybe even way too late, but it's better to have it now than never. And now actually businesses are kind of forced to inform their customers what data they're collecting, how they're collecting it. And basically all of the modern and new tools are already adjusted to that. So you can't even, for example, see the data under a certain threshold of users. So if you have, I don't know, just 50 visitors to your website, the analytics won't trigger, because you could, by doing some data research and data analysis, you can drill down and find out who exactly is the user you're looking for. So it's always aggregated data and anonymized data. And also you need to send approvals, or you need to get approvals from your customers before collecting a lot of these things. Also, we can talk about remarketing, which is basically a way for you to connect your marketing and sales channels in a way that really wasn't that possible before. I mean, these are not new things. This is not cutting edge tech. But it's something that has existed for a while now. But this is just from my personal experience and working with a lot of SMEs in tourism, is that they aren't really aware that much of these options. So what you can do, you can find out who your loyal customers are, who are your repeated visitors. You can create special groups of audiences, so you can send them newsletters, you can send them special discounts or special packages that only they will receive as a part of them being loyal to your company. Also, you can use social media pixels, which are basically just tracking devices that you put on your website from different social medias, for example, Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter, and you can track who is coming from which channel, how effective your advertising is from those social media accounts, etc. You can also customize your ads so that you show just a certain type of ad to repeated visitors, or visitors, for example, who used one of your services, and then you can use that to your advantage. And also maybe the last thing, and probably the most important thing, which is also something that technology has provided us, and we're living in a better time and the best time in human history for learning and having available information. As cliche as it may be, just don't be afraid to make mistakes. We always encourage, for example, children to do a lot of mistakes, to try things out. So don't be afraid to set up analytics. Don't be afraid to try some tracking, to delete something, to set up something new. Nothing bad will come from it. It's not really rocket science. It's not that hard. Of course, if you want a really advanced approach where you take a lot of data, you analyze very specific things, you use remarketing in different complex ways, it's something that is, of course, going to be a bit more difficult. But just for starts, even the basic setup is going to give you a lot of information that you didn't know or didn't have so far. Of course, also always start small and learn from there. So just use one tool, try things with one tool, read some blogs, watch a few videos, and it's something that will open up a lot of new territory for you. I will also suggest, because a lot of people take focus on SEO or search engine optimization and search engine placement. A lot of the tricks that were used before, like where you could do some hacks or tricks to improve your position, those things really don't work anymore. And I will always suggest to our customers to use quality content, to write original content, to show things that are really interesting to their audience, not to look for shortcuts and tricks on how to get better results. And of course, video is also something. Video content is something that is still new, and I think has a lot of potential regarding marketing and driving businesses in SMEs. And that's pretty much it from me for this presentation.
Thank you, Danilo. I have a question from audience. Web analytics can provide a wide amount of information, but how can we ensure that it is not at the cost of users' privacy, right besides GDPR?
So right now you should have actually different modules. So when somebody joins your website for the first time, or any amount of times, you can define that for yourself. You can actually give a very detailed explanation to your users which data you're collecting and how you're using it. I also suggest to be very honest there and not use just like tech mumbo jumbo and just write very complex things that people don't actually understand. You can explain all of these things very simply, and then the users that actually read that and that accept, you can then gain that data and use it to your advantage.
Yeah.
As I also said, there are some limitations to all of these softwares that you really can't do against their privacy if you're using them.
Is there any supervising body that controls your activities regarding GDPR?
Yes, and you can also report GDPR misuse. There have been already some, I think, major cases. To be honest, I think that can be and should be more rigorous and better, and people should be incentivized to report misbehavior and stealing theft data.
Yep, I agree.
So that's sure.
Thank you. I think that you right now gave the answer to this question. We have to run away. Thank you for participating, for your great presentation. I hope to see you again very soon. And now we have to move on back to marine and maritime sector, digital technology and shipbuilding industry by Teuta Duletic, Metal Shark, Croatia. Teuta, welcome. And I'm hardly waiting to see that metal shark swimming around us.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
A sec, if I may see how to share the screen the best. I'm trying to share.
Okay. I think that there is a small button called share.
I'm clicking it.
Yeah, thank you.
Saying desktop 1. Are you seeing?
Not yet.
Sorry for this. Okay. This is a bit strange. Just give me a sec, please, to see if it's a problem that it's... If anything, I will start then and present it verbally, not to waste your time. Maybe you do not have it as a possibility to share it. I will try to do it like this. You will just tell me, do you now see my screen?
Okay. We can try to share from our side, and then you will see
I'm having your company computer, and it says it's not security. Privacy. I apologize.
We are just now sharing it, aren't we?
If it's possible.
Yeah, it is. You can see it now. And you just say next slide and they will change it. Thank you so much.
I apologize for this.
No problem.
First of all, once again, my name is Teuta Duletic. I am with you for 1 hour, and I really heard a lot of very interesting topics from both maritime and tourism. And I would like to say thank you for the invitation, and am very glad to be a part of this event.
Thank you.
I am moving to the cover slide called Digital Transformation in the Maritime Industry. Let's say had smart, data-driven and secure operations. We can move to the agenda. We will be shortly explaining what does digital transformation in maritime industry stands for, what are the opportunities and challenges, a need for change and industry collaboration. We will also touch a bit the modern classification society, which is, let's say, adopted to be able to cope with smarter operations. What are 4 steps towards smarter shipping? And of course, if there will be some questions on your end, I will be glad to answer them. Or if anything, a follow-up if I will not know the answer right away. So we can move to the slide called Why Go Digital. Let me shortly say here that maritime industry, even though I am a naval architect by profession, and this is the reason that I need to be objective. When you compare us with any other industry, let's say aero, automotive, etc., we are quite conservative. So all other industries went much more far than maritime. Maritime knows for quite some time already and speaks a lot about digital transformation. Unfortunately, not that big steps have been done yet. However, we are of the opinion that in the last 3 to 4 years, trend is really being evident, and the total maritime ecosystem is aware that we need to move faster. Why does maritime need to go digital? Very, very straightforward. In order to improve efficiency and quality of different kind of manual, let's say, decisions and processes as well. Also, besides improving their efficiency and quality, to automate them in order for them to last less than currently are. We can move to the next slide. Everything becomes connected, intelligent, observed, efficient, optimized. We can move on the next slide, digitalization, distribution, and processing of data. Let me share with you shortly how is it currently being done in terms of the maritime industry. You have different stakeholders in the ecosystem. You have the shipbuilders, you have the shipyards, you have the different suppliers, key equipment makers. You have the regulatory body, classification society, which is ensuring that the vessel is safe, operable, maintained, etc. You have different engineering firms which were involved in the design and building of the vessel from the day one. So quite a very versatile community which moved all in each directions evident, however, still acting a bit in silos. And the entire purpose of trends of digitalization in the maritime industry is now to try to integrate these silos to act together. Something that you can see on this slide, we can also move to the next slide, which is the same, and also explaining how should it look. So vessels have a lot of equipment, which already now possesses different sensors and Internet of Things. You have a lot of performance management systems which are telling you when the vessel shall be maintained, what is the level of fuel, when do you need to make some changes performance-wise. All of this is currently being done in some semi-automated way, quite in silos, as I mentioned, and simply the integration shall occur. I will tell in few slides after how can we do that. Smart concept would also consist, so you have a vessel which is an offshore object, and then you have its its partner on onshore office, which is a data center taking out all of this big smart data from the vessel, and then analytics occurred, that data management, big data occurs, all in order to, for let's say ship owners, to have very efficient fleet management possibility. Also, for example, classification societies, which are regulatory bodies in shipbuilding, which can easily remote witness and perform different kind of maintenance, surveys, etc., not necessarily performing them when the vessel is in some kind of port, etc. It should be much, much more easy, while already today it's doable. We can move to the next slide, which is called the digital twin concept. Digital twin concept is something which is quite defined already in the several industries. This is a concept where we are, let's say, performing digital replica of a living or non-living physical entity, meaning something that you have witnessed on the last slide. You have the actual real-time vessel, and you have the same replica, which is on onshore data center, having all of the possible data from the vessel. So maybe just to give you a clearance, what that data would be: different analytical models for structures and hydrodynamics. For example, different information models from systems and components, sensors and processes giving data from the real vessel. What do you ensure when having the digital twin concept in shipbuilding? This practically means you decide to build a vessel, and from the very first scratch on the paper until the final delivery, throughout the entire life of this vessel, all the data is kept together. If you want to check any kind of maker, part, performance level, what is happening in a real life of the vessel when on the rough seas, etc., all of this data comes back to the ecosystem, and all of the parties involved can perform changes in order to optimize their part of the vessel. This is the entire logic. So, for example, when you are building a second vessel in the fleet, a lot of things can be done better from the data gained from the real time. A lot of
if I may only interrupt you for a second, this is a great concept that is already applied to a city of Singapore. You wouldn't believe the whole city has its own digital twin already.
Correct. And completely to stress what you're currently saying, this is the reason I'm mentioning from the beginning to digitalize maritime industry. It's really easy because it's being done already, let's say, on the onshore. We just need to be united and decide to actually do it. So something that wanted to mention further, I also tried here to name some of the benefits, let's say, of having the digital twin. You are increasing the transparency and control with digital twin. You can easily have a huge impact when before you needed to do a lot of physical tests. Now all of this can be done in normal, regular softwares, which different researchers, engineers are using on a daily basis.
The most important thing is that you generate completely new knowledge that wouldn't be accessible through conventional technologies.
Correct, and you are assessing it fast.
Yeah.
I agree. So you're gaining a completely different evaluation of the ship's performance. We can continue to the slide, the digital twin concept explained. Just tell me if you are having it in front of you.
From vision to impact, safer, smarter, and greener, I hope you see on your screen. This is the slide.
Okay.
Key enablers.
Okay, it's good. So, key enablers to realize benefits of digitalization. So, in the end of the day, everything comes to saving cost from the remote operation. The data to transform the shipping industry, maritime industry in digital is already out there. We as an industry would be achieving tremendous savings in cost, and all of the parties in the ecosystem are completely aware of it. This is the reason that I'm saying that the good timing is now. With continuous monitoring of vessels' data, you are completely capable to optimize performance and to improve information, of course, operation. Condition-based maintenance reduce downtime and save cost. Maybe just shortly to mention it here. How shall it be done? Entire world is going to the smart vessel, smart port principle, where, for example, if you imagine I'm coming from Rijeka, you have a container terminal. For example, the total, you would be continuously monitoring the vessel. You would exactly know when the first is coming in, when the prior needs to go out. The total time in port should be reduced to a minimum. You can be tracking this continuous transport of goods and achieving different improvement in the logistics and the operation. So the math is quite logical. I would switch to the slide calling safer, smarter, and greener solutions. Maybe just to explain what does these buzzwords, let's say, actually mean. Safer, in a way that products are being delivered with completely safety systems, of course, comprehensive risk assessment, high level of automation, training and long-term support. You're having this digital twin. If you're trained to be a marine operator or anything like that, you can do a real-time onshore before heading to the offshore, having it completely bluntly in front of you. Highly skilled and motivated personnel, employee participation and transparency. What do we mean when we say smart? We can move to the next slide. Digitalization and new technology, energy efficiency and green operations. Green transport, clean transport, green shipbuilding, this is currently the trends that all of the members of the EU and also in the world have taken as an obligation to perform already to some extent on 2030 and in quite significant reduction of the CO2 SOx gases until 2050. In order to cope with these levels, we really need to move fast. Alternative fuels, utilization of different waste energy for different usage, all of this is currently on the menu. It's already being performed, meaning a part of the industry is already doing it heavily. different innovative and sustainable solutions. For example, greener materials to be used, more robust, more light, but again green, different propulsion systems, more efficient propulsion systems which are aligned with decrease in the fuel consumption, again completely in line with cost reduction for the end user. So when the economy makes sense, then I am of the opinion that the trend will move on its own. We can go to the C-Smart in a way that you are granted functionality with different factory testing prior to delivery. Innovative engineering with bold solutions, trainings, life cycle partnership. All of this is completely logical when the entire ecosystem is integrated. We can move to the environment. When saying greener shipbuilding, we really think that with this data analysis, monitoring capability, products and processes are practically from the day one, from the scratch, being designed for a maximum life cycle and are optimized with regards to the energy consumption. Different recycling and reuse of the equipment, continuous monitoring, how are we affecting the environment for the whole supply chain. Trying obviously to give a good environmental footprint. We can move to the next slide. This is something that I have mentioned several times. The value of digital transformation in maritime industry is evident. Energy efficiency, greener and safer operations, operation center, which is fit for data-driven ship management. Practically, when we are saying smart vessels, we are thinking on the vessel which thinks and takes care of its own. Improved performance through digitalization, and so on. This is it. So I tried to be short and always try to remain within time. Didn't know how not to enter maybe into too many details, but also hoping that you maybe managed to gather a bit of glimpse of the digitalization topic within the maritime industry.
Thank you so much. It's time to move on to our next presenter, who is with us in studio. Josip Marasovic will say something about blue transformation through DOCME system. DOCME is a concept. It's more than a startup, isn't it? So please, the stage is yours. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So a drone was lifted up sky high above a marina. Internal inspection discovered more than 50% of illegal docking spots. But grey economy is not the only issue which is like a guillotine hanging over the people in marina industry. So after talking to more than 40 of marina owners, harbor masters and skippers, we realized that they often use almost medieval methods to fight systematic issues which burden the whole industry. For example, outdated processes, ecological and sustainability issues, time waste, and so on. So, you may wonder, what are we going to do about it? Well, right from the start, we looked into the long-term effects and how to fulfill and even increase sustainability demands which are now required by lots of global policymakers such as European Union.
DOCME will implement modernized solutions which will enable skippers to book a perfect spot for their boat. This is finally possible through our advanced online system which covers the whole marina 24/7 and live. We will improve user experience because we will lower the waiting time and finally secure the place for the skipper. Thus, we greatly reduce overall diesel exhaustion and exhaust gases in the industry. Furthermore, with our combination of hardware and software, we put every unused docking spot into the working economy of the marina. In the end, when DocMe system is fully set up and running, we can leverage many different data sources. By leveraging them, we can build machine learning models which will give us insights and predictions into the future. For example, we can predict occupancy rates and introduce dynamic pricing. Propelled by Ocean Hackathon, we started to build this system from scratch. Simplified, it works like this. Firstly, a skipper goes to our web application and tries to find the perfect spot. Then, he books the spot using DocMe application. The spot reservation is received at the marina system, and then the DocMe IoT device changes the light from green to red and blocks that spot. Finally, our skipper can arrive at the destination knowing that the spot is waiting for him.
DocMe offers sustainability across the industry by, let's say, removing those high pressure points from geographically overused positions with too dense traffic. Furthermore, we boost the era of smart cities by carefully tracking demand for broad spectrum of services which follow high number of boat arrivals on any location. For example, local utility companies such as waste management, food and drink deliveries, boat repair services. Whole marina ecosystem now benefits from our artificial intelligence algorithms and IoT network, which gives both timely and precise predictions into the future.
Here you can see the previous slide in action. A skipper strolls through our web application and books a spot. Then the racing sailboat goes over the IoT device and changes the light from green to red. Finally, the reservation is updated at the Marina Live map. We also built a proof of concept machine learning model. By leveraging data source from IndiGeo portal, which was provided to us by the organization members of Ocean Hackathon. We trained the model on data of sea levels in Croatia, and here on the screen you can see the prediction for October of 2021 for sea level of Split. Combining this data with insights about reservations, weather conditions, and environment changes in general, we can build even better model which will both benefit the skipper and the marina industry.
So, in general terms, DocMe is like advanced nautical smart city solutions, which also addresses problems of moral hazard and asymmetric information. So to touch a bit on a moral hazard, let's imagine for a moment that you have a couple of young men and women renting a sailboat for Yacht Week. And this sailboat is usually insured for damages. So because of that, they are not like 100% motivated to be like responsible around it, you know. And if they decide, okay, there's like a bad weather, big winds coming up, we're going to go and risk it, they'll now think twice before they do it, because our artificial intelligence will give them exact and precise, let's say, location of the safest harbor and how to avoid any potential damages. Of course, if they do not comply, insurance company may punish them because they did not behave responsibly and broke the terms of the agreement, of course. And better yet, from their side, they can also avoid some of the marinas which are full. So imagine they want to escape the storm, but the marina is full, they go, and of course, they cannot avoid it. With our solution, they are also much safer. And from the other side, there is also a problem with asymmetric information. A lot of these clients, users who are renting the boats, they are, let's say, a little bit discredited over there, because there's information imbalance compared to all the other stakeholders involved. Most especially and directly is the skipper, who knows a lot more about local routes and how to go and where. So if he is, let's say, a little bit selfish, and he can easily direct the route where he wants to go. For example, he knows where is the restaurant where he will get some fee if he brings a group of tourists. So in this case, clients are finally empowered, because with a simple click on the app, they can get like perfectly tailored tour according to their own needs now. Like, for example, their route will be compared to all the previous routes over there from the sailors who went in the same part of the year, under the same season, in the same micro location as they are going now, under the same weather conditions and stuff like that. They can also tailor the route, like I want to go to see, let's say, wine tasting on surrounding islands for 7 days. So now the whole experience is much, much better for them. And of course, considering the global policymakers, they can finally bring order into this very big mess right now, because there's a chaos in nautical industry where a lot of these beautifully intact natural places like beaches and where there's lots of these lovely spots which we want to preserve, they are now being destroyed. Two good examples here in Croatia are Blue Cave on Biševo and European's most beautiful beach, Stiniva on Vis. Each year they are being like massacred by massive nautical tourism. So we can bring the sustainability on let's say, that level right now. So yeah, there's a lot of these benefits which we can draw from this project. And for the business model, yeah, we can say that revenue will be generated mostly from basic fees which will be gathered from skippers or basic users. Also from the 28 billion euro nautical tourism industry, and only in EU, we will accomplish partnership relationships with both marinas, harbors, ports, restaurants, rental agencies, and so on. So globally it's much bigger market. And as a CEO of Sailboat RC, I will personally use all of our expertise and network generated from 5 successful years behind us to enhance the growth of DocMe platform, be it in Croatia, on French Riviera, Florida Keys, you name it. Yep.
At the end of the last year, we won the first place in the Croatian Ocean Hackathon, which was organized by University of Split's Technology Transfer Office. Thus, we secured our place in the European finals, which was supposed to be held in Brest. However, due to the COVID-19 situation, it was moved to online competition on Zoom. In a big competition with 11 different teams from many different countries, we managed to win the 3rd place.
So the team has to be very versatile, because this is a pretty complex project. So there are 7 team members, each specialized in a different area. Zvonko is a lifelong experienced sailor who is also a naval architect. I'm a Magister of Economics, and we have also motivation from our younger members who are, let's say, hardware, software, and design specialists from the University of Split. And here on presentation with me is Thomas, who is our artificial intelligence project leader, who draws the experience from big French IT corporation called Atos. So for the end, you know, next time while you are on your vacation, sailing away from beautiful port of Split or Saint-Tropez, remember that DocMe is a big part of your wonderful experience. Thank you.
Thank you guys for presenting such a holistic concept that encompasses a lot of different inputs, I suppose.
Yes.
From IoT to some already available web yes. information
and machine learning,
and mixing it up into senseful help counselor for skippers, counselor yes. for tourists. Yeah. I hope that you will expand your project to not only Croatia but other countries, and that you will be successful. It's quite impressive. Thank you so much. And before we move to our final presentation today, I would like to remind you once again on parallel session, business to business meetings. Please register yourselves. There is still time to make profitable and let's say interesting deal with somebody that waits for you in a virtual table. So let's move on to our last presentation, Digital Solutions for Management of the Marine Environment by Kruno Bonacic. Associate Professor, University of Dubrovnik. So please tell us something about digital solutions in marine environment.
Let me just unmute. Hi.
Hello.
Let me just try and share my screen. Just a moment. Hopefully, I'll have better luck. Yes. Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay. So, hi everybody. Hello to all attendees. Today I'll be talking about some of the things that we do here at the University of Dubrovnik with several of our laboratories related to aquaculture, related to autonomous systems and so on. More or less, most of our work is based around Maliston Bay, which is in the south of Croatia. It's an aquaculture production site, mainly focusing on shellfish, so mussels and oysters. It's the biggest shellfish production area on the Croatian coast, and actually the biggest producer of European flat oyster in the whole Mediterranean, accounting for more than 85%. So this is quite an important area to the south of Croatia and probably to all of Croatia, and management of it actually is something that needs to have more focus than it has already. And so for the purpose of this, we've been involved in numerous different activities, which I'll go over, not in too much detail, so we can hopefully fit everything in. So most of our work is performed from our R&D facility, which is located on site in the Bay of Istrian, Maliston Bay. And we've been doing some things related to remote monitoring, GIS, some drone imaging, and as members of a consortium of a lot of international partners, we've been developing some autonomous vehicles, as you'll see later on. There is, well, let's say a prescribed monitoring program that needs to be performed in this site and a lot of similar sites as well. But we want to take this a step further and trying to kind of digitalize this and have a sort of remote method of monitoring these different parameters that need to be monitored throughout the year. For instance, it is not every day that somebody can go out to sea and manually measure different parameters, even the basic ones such as temperature, salinity, and so on, but also parameters like chlorophyll concentrations, which are well, a substitute for production of phytoplankton. So, for example, here with some colleagues from Oikon, we looked at remote monitoring of temperature from satellite images from the Landsat 8 satellite, which are available for free online. These have to be corroborated with real-life measurements, on-site measurements, but in the end, once this has been once a correlation has been established, these can be used for future monitoring throughout the year. I mean, the satellite passes every 2 weeks over the area. The resolution of the images is maybe 1 pixel, accounting for 100 times 100 meters square, but still, it's enough for something like this. So another thing we've been doing is getting a lot of information into GIS platforms, including bathymetry, depth, which has proven useful for measuring, well, for different scientific research, but also practically for governance in terms of measuring volumes of different concession sites in the area, as you can see on this image here. Also, we inputted all the different concession areas of the whole bay, And then just by clicking somewhere, you can see the different parameters there, right, including volume. And to date, most of the production quantities have been measured by square meters, sorry. But now we can actually measure more volume, which is a much more representative value for this kind of thing, because it's not the same if you are culturing, I don't know, a hectare of oysters on 3 meters depth and on 15 meters depth. The actual amount of food and oxygen the animals require is much greater with a bigger depth, with a bigger volume. So this could potentially lead to interesting new governance options. Another thing we've been doing is high-resolution aerial drone imaging, and just basically doing flybys and putting all the pictures into a mosaic, trying to get a whole image of the whole bay area. So this is just a small bay. That's a small part of the whole area of Malistan. And what our initial goal for this was to actually measure the to see which concessions are accounted for legally, which are left abandoned, which are illegally placed, and so on. And this could be a good way also of monitoring these kind of things. And the high resolution actually allows you to see very, very detailed things, and possibly in future even ascertain the quantities that are actually being produced there based on some image information. So why is this important? On another note, aside from legal issues, well, generally abandoned farms are quite a common occurrence, and they quite often are a source of waste, which can be detrimental to the ecosystem. So such an ecosystem, in actual terms, not an economic ecosystem, but like a biological one, are actually, this is important for production sites for bivalves, because the quality of the product really relies on the quality of the ecosystem itself. So this, again, is a reason why the monitoring is needed to have it under control. So basically, a lot of these waste products that originate from aquaculture, be it from storm events or just abandoned equipment or accidents or whatever, they just get abandoned and lost in the sea. So related to our autonomous vehicles, most of our focus was actually concerned around solving issues of marine litter, marine waste, be it sourced from aquaculture or tourism or other things. And this is just a segue from aquaculture, which is a big problem in this area, but other areas which we are also looking into, such as, for instance, the island of Lokrum, which is placed just in front of Dubrovnik, which is a touristic site. So we're actually involved in 2 projects. One of them, Marles, it's an Interreg project with different Italian and Croatian partners, and we'll be mostly focused on surface litter, while Sea Clear project, which is, I have to say, a bit more ambitious project, will be focused on completely autonomous collection of litter on the seabed. So just the goal of Marles is to develop autonomous, or we'll see semi-autonomous, possibly mobile net array with different control algorithms for coordination and efficient collection of surface waste, which generally either fall down to the bottom or get washed out to shore. Both scenarios are equally bad. So the idea is to just collect it before it actually gets to a place where it's potentially more difficult to collect and may cause other problems. For the Sea Clear project, I actually have, instead of talking, I have a video here embedded into the presentation, and I would just like to play it as a final part of the presentation. can you please confirm that you can hear the sound?
Yeah, we have it.
Okay, perfect.
We have a sound, but it's problematic.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I can just try and play it. Or I actually sent you a link to the video. If you could maybe from your side try and play it, maybe it will be better. It will be a shame because it's a very nice one.
Yeah. Can we play it here? Možemo? Yeah, we'll try to do that.
Okay.
In a second.
So let me just talk quickly about CClear, and one of the major challenges it is trying to tackle is actually differentiating marine waste from marine life and other objects on the seafloor. So this will be quite probably the biggest problem that they need to solve, as well as developing the hardware to collect the different types of waste.
Yeah.
Today's oceans contain 26 to 66 million tons of waste, most of it trapped on the sea floor.
Could you please play
The
video
impact
as well?
is enormous and threatens not only marine species.
Okay, maybe then
poses issues.
We should maybe we should send a link to the audience, and then they would be able to see it separately. It was nice try, but I think that we should do it separately. Thank you for participating and sharing such an interesting presentation from your side. We had a great day, I think. We learned a lot about blue economy. We brought it closer to the concept of Jadranska Hrvatska development. We understood what is important, and that is, of course, digital technology, and we certainly are looking forward to see as many applications as possible to be developed, from a futuristic to holistic approach to different problems and issues and challenges of Jadranska Hrvatska. We also saw a tremendous capacity that is growing in this region, starting from University of Split. Cooperation that is international. Our guest participant came from BI Norwegian University as well. We had an international conversation. We had many guests in the panel discussion that were coming from small, medium enterprises to large organizations, and I think that it is only the beginning of one great era for this region that will bring it closer to tourists, closer to high-tech industry, closer to global access to different resources and markets. And thank you so much for having me today to lead and moderate this discussion. I would certainly enjoy one more if you plan anything soon. Thank you so much and have a great day. I think that we are just in time to think that we had a lunch. In 5 minutes, there will be a workshop. Please do not forget. The workshop is about basic digital skills in doing business in Croatian, osnovne digitalne vještine za poslovanje. Please attend it, and once again, business to business meeting is still going on. Somebody is waiting for you. Have a nice day. Bye. Hvala, dečki.
Hvala vama.
Eto.